6 months. Good afternoon. My name's Tony Sinera, and I have one very simple announcement right now. We're going to start in 10 minutes. Well, once again, good afternoon. My name is Tony Cernera. I'm from the United States and am the president, co-founder of the Refugee. I'm I'm being recorded, so I'll try to be careful. I volunteer with the Refugee and Migrant Education Network and had the privilege of being one of its co-founders back in 2017. I think it might be best if we first just take a moment of quiet reflection, ask if you're a person of faith, ask for God's blessing on our gathering. And if your heart just needs a quiet moment, let's take that together and then we'll start our business. Thank you. Like every good conference, one of the things that helps to make it a success is getting at some of the practical details. So let's do practical details first. The quiz is in 20 minutes, so make sure you take good notes. If you have not yet signed in, registered, please, the desk will be open here on to my right. Please sign up. You should be able to get a name tag and a program for the next couple of days. The laboratories are on this side of the auditorium. The signs will indicate which is which. We have a little challenge on Friday. Italians have decided to hold a general strike on Friday. So it's going to have some impact on transportation. And Veronica, could you say a little bit about what we might expect or not expect to have happen on Friday?
What to expect? It's chaos, probably. What I suggest, yes, because it's a national strike and it's a 24-hour strike. And so no transplantation whatsoever will be guaranteed, as far as we know until now. And so I highly recommend, if anyone needs to move, to book and reserve a taxi or an Uber in advance, or have a nice walk. If we will have more information, we will be pleased to provide it throughout the conference these days.
And as other practical suggestions come up over the next few days, how to get to Determini, how to get to fill in the blank, see Veronica or me, and we'll try to answer your questions. In your packet, you should have an information sheet with some possible places for meals and some other hopefully useful information. One disqualifier, there is a restaurant called Abruzzi, which is by the Gregoriana. Now, there is a rumor around that Tony eats there so often because he has a part ownership in the restaurant. It's not true. I wish I did, but I don't. So practical details, please see Veronica or me as the days transpire, and we'll try to answer the things. We're going to try to keep things moving along in as informal a way as we can. So I'm not going to do a lot of long introductions of people who are going to say a few words or many words. So we're going to hear from a group of folks that represent the different institutions that have helped to underwrite and support this conference. And Tina, I think we're starting with you. Oh, Veronica, sorry.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you, everyone. It is a great pleasure for me to welcome you at the International Conference, Refugee, Migrant, and Education, Pathways for Hope, Understanding, and Meaningful Integration. We live today in a world on the move. Migrations in all its dimensions of human mobility occupy a priority space in the mass media, political concern, public culture, and in the everyday life of our society. It continues to be perceived by the public as a kind of emergency, mainly due to worsening humanitarian crises in different parts of the world. The public discourse and the use of human mobility issues as a hot topic in national and regional policies have greatly influenced the perception and reaction to the phenomenon. It is clear that this perception is fueled by communication that emphasize the more urgent and sometimes problematic aspects of migration arrival and integration. Instead, it does not take into account the fact that the presence of different individuals and cultural communities brings important benefit not only in terms of economics and employment, but especially in terms of social and cultural capital. For this reason, it is essential that hospitality, integration, and development proceed together. And education is key in this process. It represents the hope of building a better future, gaining a new sense of belonging, rebuilding lives, and charting a path towards a more peaceful and prosperous future for all. Although it is a basic human right, it is out of reach for millions of migrants, refugees, and asylum seekers across the world. Be it in camps along the way or in their new country that they host, displaced children and young people face innumerable hurdles in accessing equal education, if not education at all. We are faced today with the need to rethink what the challenges are to the right of education of migrants and refugee children and youth, and how to address them, and what life skills and opportunities education should all societies provide them. And this poses both long-term and immediate challenges to how education systems plan, implement, change, and evolve. The Scalabrini missionaries have been working to support migrants, refugees, victims of human trafficking, and seafarers for more than 130 years, adapting their program and service according to the changing challenges of the phenomenon of human mobility. And the Scalabrini International Migration Institute has been dedicated for more than 20 years to the preparation, updating, and ongoing formation of skills related to the theological pastoral dimension of those who are engaged on the front lines of human mobility in its concrete forms. CIMI stands as a point of confrontation and dialogue between theological disciplines and human sciences in general, with education to a vision of peoples, societies, cultures, and religions as open spaces of participation and dialogue. The international conference we are inaugurating today represents a fundamental step in this journey. On behalf of CIMI, I want to thank the Refugee and Migrant Education Network and co-organizing partners, Jesuit Refugee Services, Carroll University, and Villanova University Strategic Initiatives for Refugees and Migrants, and all our collaborators. I especially want to thank the Pontifical Urbaniana University for hosting us in this place where multiculturality and education are at home. Finally, I would also like to thank our speakers. Their acknowledged experience and expertise in addressing migration and education issues with different approaches will help us offer the broadest and most in-depth view of the topic discussed. At the same time, I want to highlight some concrete experiences. Well, we want to highlight some concrete experience and testimonies to say that promoting and building welcoming communities is possible. I hope these days will be an opportunity for knowledge, fruitful dialogue, and exchange of experiences and ideas on a highly topical issues that is reshaping the face of our communities. Thank you all for joining us today.
Welcome to all our participants. I've chosen to stand here because there's no microphone, not because I wish to stand. So on behalf of Father Peter Donoghue, our university president, that is Villanova University, Pennsylvania, I warmly welcome you all to this important conference, a moment of reflection grounded in the special mission to migrants and refugees you all have been called to. Its importance is easy to see, given that it is focused on some of the pressing issues of our time, which are migration, refugees, and education. Villanova University, in keeping with our Catholic Augustinian tradition, is delighted to be a part of this noble venture. While there are many conferences of this nature, staging this one shows our personal desire to become what we are not yet. St. Augustine says in Sermon 169, "Always be dissatisfied with where you are, if you are to become what you are not yet. Evaluate yourself constantly, without guile or flattery. Say it is enough, and you are lost." The Bible contains numerous references to the experiences of refugees and migrants. The Old Testament recounts the story of the Israelites who were enslaved in Egypt and later wandered as homeless people before reaching the Promised Land. This experience is foundational for understanding God's command to care for strangers. "You shall treat the alien who resides with you no differently than the natives born among you. Have the same love for him as for yourself." Leviticus 19:33-34. And for those of us familiar with the Jubilee in the Bible, as you know, it is centered around care for migrants or for those considered to be outside the local group. In the New Testament, Jesus himself was a refugee. If you remember the account, how he was taken to Egypt with Mary and Joseph to escape King Herod's decree. Catholic social teaching provides a framework for understanding the moral and ethical implications of migration, emphasizing the dignity of every person and the rights that stem from this dignity. The Church's teachings on migration are deeply rooted in Scripture and tradition, reflecting a commitment to justice, compassion, and solidarity with those who are displaced. I wish to mention here or to emphasize 3 Catholic social teaching principles that have great support for migration. First is the right to migrate. People have a fundamental right to migrate to sustain their lives and those of their families. This principle acknowledges that individuals may be compelled to leave their homes due to war, persecution, famine, or other dire consequences. I come from Nigeria, in fact, northern Nigeria, so I'm very familiar with, internally displaced persons and also migration as a result of forced, things outside your control. Secondly, solidarity with migrants. The Church teaches that all human beings are part of one family created by God. We often speak about the imago Dei, that is, we are created in the image and likeness of God. Therefore, there is an obligation to support migrants and refugees as they seek safety and opportunity. This solidarity is grounded in recognizing their inherent dignity. Thirdly and finally, the common good. Civil authorities have a responsibility to protect the rights of all individuals within their borders while promoting the common good. This includes ensuring that policies regarding immigration are just and humane. Concern for migrants is also not alien to us Augustinians, as hospitality is one of our core charisms. Augustine himself lived at a time marked by significant migration and upheaval within the Roman Empire. In the 4th and 5th centuries, the Roman Empire faced invasions and migration from various groups, notably the Goths. The sacking of Rome in 410 AD by Alaric's forces was a pivotal event that shook the empire and its inhabitants. This event led to widespread fear and uncertainty about the stability of human institutions. Augustine viewed these historical events not merely as political crises, but as having profound spiritual lessons about the fragility of earthly powers. It is my hope that the wisdom emanating from your brainstorming sessions during this conference would assuage the fear and uncertainty being experienced in relation to migration and offer hope and comfort to migrants. Augustine's theological perspective also emphasizes that human beings are ultimately pilgrims on earth, seeking a higher spiritual home. He believed that earthly cities, including Rome, where we are having this conference, were transient and that true citizenship belonged to the city of God. This view shaped his understanding of migration. He recognized that all humans share a common origin and destiny in God, which transcends national boundaries. Teilhard de Chardin, echoing Augustine, states, "The age of nations is past. The task before us now, if we would not perish, is to build the earth." In Sermon 25, Augustine again addressed the plight of migrants who sought refuge from violence and instability. He urged his congregation to show compassion towards these individuals, emphasizing their shared humanity, regardless of their citizenship status. Augustine highlighted that many migrants were vulnerable and in need of assistance, often joining the ranks of the poor in cities like Hippo, where he served as bishop. From our lived experiences, I'm sure you know, especially in the global south, most migrants live in what we call informal settlements or slum settlements. I hope this conference will maybe spend some time in looking out, maybe because, as you know, housing plays a major role in how we are able to maybe fulfill the 17 SDGs, if you may. And then in the global north, we have places often called left behind places. These are places too in the global north where many migrants end up. And I hope too it can be part of our study. Augustine articulated a moral obligation because of these challenges for communities to care for immigrants, recognizing them as part of the broader social fabric. His teachings suggest that societies should not only focus on legalistic definitions of citizenship, but also consider ethical responsibilities towards those who suffer due to circumstances beyond their control. As one author also says, once you are born, you are given a name, a religion, and a nationality, and you spend the rest of your life defending it. Augustine also believed in divine providence guiding human history. He interpreted migration as part of God's plan, urging people to respond with faith rather than fear. He saw opportunities for Christians to embody Christ's love through acts of charity towards migrants. In this light, migration is not merely a social or political issue, but also a spiritual one that calls for reflection on how communities can live out their faith through service to others. This is illustrated in Matthew 25:35. "For I was hungry, and you gave me food. I was thirsty, and you gave me drink. A stranger, and you welcomed me." As for education, the Catholic Church is well positioned to champion the cause of migrant education. This is because, as you know, outside of national governments, the Catholic Church has the highest number of schools and education centers globally. The elements of a robust migrant education were noted by Pope Francis to be research, teaching, and social cohesion. The biblical philosophy of education encourages educating the mind and heart through what we say adopting a learning posture throughout life. And today, in modern terms, we often say being a lifelong learner. As educators committed to developing migrant-appropriate curriculum, we could benefit from the Augustinian philosophy of education that sees the teacher as a midwife who mainly guides the student through interiority and questioning to arrive at the core values of education, which are the attainment of unitas, veritas, and caritas. St. Augustine says again, So great is the influence of a sympathetic mind that when our students are affected by us as we speak, and thus, and we by them as they learn, we dwell in each other, and thus both they, as it were, speak within us what they hear, while we, after a fashion, learn in them what we teach. Finally, our educational centers ought to be places of welcome. I am only echoing the words of Pope Francis. I commend the organizers of this conference, hoping that it will be a sizzling harvest of ideas. I equally assure you all of our commitment to the cause of migrant education, wishing you all a most productive time in Rome. Thank you.
There's a microphone right here, so I'll go with that. So I'm Tina Fakamis from John Carroll University. We're a small Midwestern Jesuit university, one of 27 in the US and about 200 worldwide. And particularly, I'm from the business school. And so a lot of times people don't understand what are business people doing talking about refugees and migrants. But I think I have a sneaking suspicion that business and government may have a lot to do with the whole migration crisis. So it's often very hard to understand what we can really do, what kind of impact we can have, and how we might work together toward the future that we can see. My dad used to always say, kiddo, the Lord puts you where he wants you. So I just want us all to think about being here over the next few days, and we're all called to be here. We've all come together to take on the next steps in really making a difference, potentially turning the tide of migration. Our numbers just keep going up, and nobody should be forced to migrate. Everyone should have the right to, but not be forced to. So what can we do to actually turn the tide and enforce migration? Maybe if you could just think about one or two people that you can meet during the time that you're here. And at the end of the next few days, we'll have some sessions where we work together with the people that we, felt some resonance with, people whose work we were very interested in. We can work in certain topical areas and then come out with some outcomes so that when we come back together, hopefully in the next 2 years, and during that time, we'll have some tangible collaborative outcomes. There's a lot of tools that we can use, tools that I use in teaching, in particular, the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, which I'm sure, all familiar with. But quality education is number 4. And I still contend that the more that we can deliver on quality education, the more impact we would have on all the SDGs. So that's what we're here to do. And we want to be able to give the same kind of education to our refugees and migrants that we would in any of our universities. Catholic social teaching is another core universal framework that we can use in helping people to just understand how to respect the human dignity of all people, the working toward the common good in solidarity with one another, and then making sure that people that are especially at the margins, like refugees and migrants, that we're not usurping their authority in some way, and making sure that we're giving voice to them. So that's a lot of the work that we work on, is actually helping refugees be researchers themselves and helping them give voice and to their communities and advocate for themselves. Another framework that we use, it's the integrative justice model. Father Nicky Santos and I have been working with the IJM, his creation, for about 15 years now. And we can see how looking at the tenets of integrative justice, this is a normative ethical framework for engaging, particularly in impoverished markets. But we use this in a business framework to help people think about the value of authentic engagement, value co-creation, representing the interests of all the different stakeholders, investing in future consumption without endangering the environment, empowering the people that we're working with, and then thinking about long-term profit management as opposed to short-term profit maximization, which oftentimes can lead us to unscrupulous outcomes. And this, with a focus on this integrative justice, we can actually deliver transformative justice, and that justice should be measured by through the voice of the refugee or migrant themselves. So, just wanted to finish with an example from Jesuit Worldwide Learning. This is higher education at the margins. I'm sure we have some melodies here somewhere. But you can hear more about JWL and all its wonderful work. But when we looked at what's actually transforming quality of life for the students, the refugee students and alumni of Jesuit Worldwide Learning, they point the most transformative elements were the extent to which they understood their responsibility to contribute to their community, which was very important because we don't necessarily want to promise education to everyone. We want people, or outside of their home, we want people to be able to stay in their communities or go back to their communities and change them. The extent to which our values align is the most significant predictor of a transformative outcome. Again, we're a Catholic organization, but a lot of our students are Muslim, and we come from, all different backgrounds. But this values alignment really drives the transformative change, the transformative justice. And then having relevant programs and services, that's what we're all here to do, or to work on and to deliver, is relevant programs and services. And then viewing challenges at the margins as opportunities for innovation. So together, these are the elements that really drive a transformative outcome in this particular setting. It may be different in other settings, but for refugees and migrants, with regard to their education, again, responsibility to their communities, values alignment, having relevant programs and services, and then viewing challenges at the margins as opportunities for innovation. So this all, I put this forth to give us ideas for collaboration, ways that we can get it done. I think we've got a program that's really going to stimulate you. Just even going through and putting together the program, it's been a really moving experience to see all the good work that everybody's doing. And the more that we can share this with one another and really come out with some collaborative outcomes, I think we're going to really make a big difference. Thanks.
Buon pomeriggio. Good afternoon to everybody. My name is Nacho Eguizabal. I am the Deputy International Director of GRS. And first and foremost, I wanted to bring you the regards and the appreciation of our International Director, Brother Michael Schopf, that was announced to make this initial setting the context kind of words, but another commitments have made this impossible. So this is why I am representing himself and my organization here. And the first thing that I wanted to say is words of appreciation and gratefulness to the network, the Refugee and Migrant Education Network. Also the rest of the co-organizers of this event, Scalabrini International Migration Institute, Villanova University, and also the John Carroll University. And also my gratefulness to all the participants in this very, very important topic, in particular to those that are refugees themselves, that students or representatives of the refugee organizations that are contributing to this conference. The Jesuit Refugee Service is an international organization rooted in Ignatian spirituality. It's part of the mission of the Society of Jesus, was founded by Pedro Arrupe in 1980, and inspired by the example of Jesus Christ, as the mission statement says. Jesuit Refugee Service seeks to accompany, serve, and advocate for the cause of forcibly displaced people, so that they may heal, learn, and determine their own future. A lot of echoes in the words of the people that has preceded me here in the use of the word. Education has been one of the best ways that we have found to do that, as we are rooted in the Jesuit history, and education obviously is one of the most important areas of apostolate and work. Education brings the opportunity to us to closely accompany people in their journey to be protagonists of the future. Nowadays, a little bit more than 10,000 staff and volunteers, more than 1/3 of them are refugees themselves, work in 58 countries for the cause of the forcibly displaced people. And I want also to thank some of my colleagues that will be participating in this conference, because I think it will be a very good opportunity for us as an organization to develop the future of our work. We have the honor, I would say, to accompany more than 1 million of persons living this struggle of being forcibly displaced for their homes. But the education that we propose is not just any kind of education. It's not an education that aims to be organized with and by the community, that looks at the integrity of the person, that is conflict and gender sensitive, and that seeks to be available for any child, as Pope Francis would say, open for all, for all, for all. Václav Havel, former president of the Czech Republic, said once, and it is about hope, which is one of the words in our conference. Hope is not the conviction that something will turn out well, but the certainty that something makes sense regardless of how it turns out. End of quote. This is what maintains so many people, communities and organizations actively working despite the difficulties and the sensation that the world is heading towards the wrong direction, not choosing recognition of human dignity and fraternity as the way to build the future. And I have to say that I am not quite sure whether today is a good day for this or not. Future will tell. Jesuit Refugee Service wants to join them, all these people, in the effort for a more just world. Education for migrants and refugees remains an urgent call. The article number 28 of the UN Convention of the Rights of Children demands that every child has the right to an education, every child. Primary education should be free. Secondary and higher education should be available to every child. Children should be encouraged to go to school to the highest level possible. Continues. Discipline in school should respect children's rights and never use violence, etc., etc. Obviously, every child means every child, regardless race, economical status, nationality, gender, etc. But what is the situation nowadays? Taking some data from the UNHCR Education Report of 2023, that is taking data for around 70 countries, indicate that the average of gross enrollment rates for refugees stands at the moment in 38% for pre-primary, 65% for primary, 41% for secondary, and 6% for tertiary education. Gender disparity in enrollment does not look big in the average, but obviously averages are always hidden some very important realities, because in certain specific contexts like Kenya, Angola, Gabon, Ethiopia, Cameroon, and Senegal, just examples, the difference is of more than 10 percentage points. Being a refugee has a result of discrimination on access to education and also being migrant, with a difference a bit above 40 percentage points for both primary and secondary education. Countries like Peru or Colombia has a gap in the range of 70 percentage points between refugee migrants and local population. So we see that in most contexts, refugees and also migrants are excluded among the excluded. Education is saving lives in many situations, but also it's unlocking human potential, which is the basis for a successful society. This is a call, education, that deserves our commitment. So education for migrants and refugees remains an urgent call, and this call deserves the best of us all. Human rights claim for our best capacities and the combination of them in order to get the best benefit from our work. The Jesuit Refugee Services service focuses on service and advocacy from an accompaniment perspective. Similarly, do other international NGOs. Universities have a key role in revealing reality through research and divulgation. Partnering, we will be able to do many things. We will be able to develop pertinent and sound contextualized education tools. We will be able to have an impact on the education of refugees and migrants that can be demonstrated, and learnings that can be extended in the shape of good practices. We could also, and we can also, attempt at shaping public opinion towards a fact-based, human rights-centered policy making. Last but not least, universities together with us can play a key role in facilitating access to higher education for refugees and other displaced students, as I know some of the universities organizing this event are doing already, providing scholarships, contributing to complementary legal pathways for refugee students, etc., etc. GRS expects that this conference can represent a concrete opportunity to strengthen the links between universities, international organizations, and displaced refugee students, to share current best practices, learn from each other, consolidate and replicate solutions for refugees and displaced persons. All that can develop the networking, can become partnerships. So we expect that we can develop those partnerships and we can build hope through real and specific pledges from us. All the best from these 3 days and the commitment of ERS to participate as much as possible. Thank you very much.
Father John asked if he could make an announcement, and being agreeable right now, I said yes.
Give a more practical dimension, let it not sound like in Villanova, we are only theoretical. We are hoping to have, we just acquired Scalabrini, a university not too far away from us, around Villanova there in Pennsylvania. So we are hoping to have a future Migration Institute, and we have hopefully the director here with us. So in the light of that, we are hoping to have, please save the date, October 1 to 3, 2025. Villanova University, in partnership with the Refugee and Migrant Education Network here in Rome, and Center for Migration Services, Scalabrini International Migration Network, will be having an international conference here at the Augustinianum. If you know, the Augustinianum is basically just behind us over here, Via Paulo Sesto, number 25. So I hope all of you will maybe put in your paper. We'll have call for paper, and I'm hoping that it will also afford us, to deepen this conversation around helping to see how we can, in Villanova, we say enough for all forever, as far as migrants are concerned or our resources are concerned. So hopefully all of you will be there. Thank you.
Father John had to make a $5,000 contribution in order to get that announcement. And I thought it might be useful to take a few minutes to reflect on the origins of the Refugee and Migrant Education Network, where it is today, and what our hopes and aspirations are going forward. To say the least, we come together at a time of deep concern. Some of us might even use the word crisis, looking at the events that are going on in our world, about the plight of displaced people, of refugees. And yet I think this is also a time potentially of great hope, because it perhaps can bring us to reflect more deeply on what are the well springs of hope within each of us. We'll come back to that in a minute. I was very, very fortunate to be a university president for 22 years, finishing up in 2015. Got my first Social Security check that year, and was thinking about what would I do in my retirement, and started something called the Being the Blessing Foundation. The effort of being the Blessing Foundation was to promote, encourage people in their daily lives to acts of kindness and compassion. We have about 6,000 people that interact with our social media. But we also formed the board of directors for the organization, and so that we could be a not-for-profit. And one of the things that the board of directors decided on, the area of refugees and migrants would be an important part of the work of the foundation as an institution. And one day in the summer of 2016, I was taking a walk on a beautiful road in the western part of New York State, and was wondering about my life as a former university president, founder of this little foundation, and the Syrian refugee crisis. And I asked myself the question, what are universities doing about this dominant crisis of that time? And when in doubt, what former university presidents do? They hold a conference. So I called my friends at the International Federation of Catholic Universities, which I had served for 12 years as a vice president and president, and said, I'm thinking about doing a conference on refugee and migrants and university responsibilities. Would you guys be interested in participating? Now, parenthesis, I'm from the Bronx, if you haven't figured that part out already. And things like you guys is not a term of disrespect. It's not a gender-specific term. It's our way of talking about people. So you guys are here together for this conference for the next few days. And my friends at the Federation said, that's a great idea. So as it came to pass in the fall of 2016, a group of us met at the Gregorian University, including some of your colleagues from Jesuit Refugee Service at the time, and including Father Aldo Skoda from the Scalabrinis and Father Rene Mikhailov from the Gregorian. And we decided that we would hold our conference that turned out to occur in November of 2017 to ask, what can universities do? We teach, we do research, and we have social responsibility. So how does that play itself out? That became the organizing themes of the conference, and out of it came the suggestion of, well, how do we stay together? How do we stay connected with each other? After having 3 wonderful days in Rome, including a opportunity to meet with Pope Francis, the desire was to form a network of those of us who are interested in continuing to cooperate with each other. And that gave birth in 2018 to the Refugee and Migrant Education Network. And Tina and Michelle and some others in the room raised their hands and said, yes, we want to be part of this. And we had great plans in 2018 after holding a conference at Manhattan College about what we would do. And then the pandemic hit us and we had to scramble, and one thing led to another with a series of webinars and gatherings only on the internet. And then 2018, a conference at the Gregorian University, 2022, I'm sorry, which now has been supplemented by ongoing webinars, a newsletter, and about 2,000 people that are connected in one way, shape, or form in this network. And with the desire that every 2 years, we would try to come together for a gathering like this one, with the conviction that bringing people together who have a common vision or a common desire to be of service, to accompany refugees and migrants, bringing such people together, so good things would happen. And more often than not at our gatherings, from when we started to when we finished, what those good things would become were not on the original agenda. So I'm confident that if each of us makes the commitment to talk seriously with one another, to reflect on possibilities of how we might work together and cooperate together, good things will come. Good things will come. So my fundamental plea is reach out to people in this room and the other 40 or 50 that will be joining us hopefully tomorrow. and just share possibilities. Share what you might be thinking about doing in your own organizations or in your own institutions or all by yourself, and let's see what comes out of it. Let's see what comes out of it. The other thing I think is very important for these next couple of days is that we help each other to probe more deeply the well springs of hope within each of us. I dare to say that some of us are sitting in this room today troubled, deeply troubled by the state of the world and the directions we may be going in. But within each of us, there is a deep well of hope. Try to be in touch with that well of hope within yourselves. Help each other to discover the depths of that hope. And if we can do that for each other, we can perhaps do what the prophets invited us to do a long time ago, dream dreams and see possibilities. We're not meant to do this alone. We can't possibly do it alone, but together we might make a difference. So let's dream some dreams together, explore possibilities, share best practices, share the things that just haven't worked, and to try to learn from those things with the conviction that good efforts like that will reap good harvest eventually. Will reap good harvests. Don't let the despair, don't let the frustration, don't let the pain get in the way. They're not helpful. They're not helpful. So dream the dream, and let's together try to make the dream of a world where no child goes to bed hungry, where every human being has a right to live life as they wish to live it, and where we respect the dignity and worth of every person. So together, we've got a lot of work to do. Make sure you go away knowing some people that you, or at least beginning to get to know some people that you don't know today. Okay, promise? All right, very good. So we have some work to do. And I think we're going to take a 5-minute stand-up break, and then we'll reconvene for an engaging and challenging talk. 5 minutes. Thank you. That was wonderful. I mean, Augustinian references were terrific. Thank you. I'm good. See you. Yeah. Your eyeglasses. Yes. Thank you very much for making the time. I will stay for a little bit first. Good. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, I think, yeah, it was May I invite you to sit down, please? It's a pretty obedient group. That's good. Very, very good. We got this real promise here. We're very fortunate this afternoon to have with us Anne Christine Bloch from Jesuit Refugee Representative in Geneva. I've not met Anne before, but your reputation precedes you, and we expect to be challenged and inspired and learn some things along the way. So without any further ado, Anne, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. And I am waiting for some help. Great. So good afternoon, everyone, and welcome in Rome for the ones who have come from afar. I know quite a few of you have come from afar. And I just want to say that we have lovely weather for our conference. So this might start us well off. I'm very honored to be speaking here today. And my task is to situate you in the global world of refugee education. So you're the experts, and you will be discussing over the next couple of days how we will ensure that every refugee child and migrant child has access to education. Next slide. So I'm going to start focusing on numbers here because we have 122.6 million displaced people in the world today. Actually, we probably are closer to the 124 because the numbers are from mid-June. And in XCOM, in the October XCOM of UNHCR, they were talking about 124 million people displaced globally. These numbers are growing with an enormous speed every year. When I first started out with JRS some long time ago, in 2000, there was 30 million people displaced in the world globally. So it is nearly 100 million more people since then. Anyway, we have today, we will talk about refugees, and we have about 37.9 million refugees globally. Of these refugees, 47% of them are children under the age of 18. So that is between 17 and 18 million refugee children globally. The average time that a refugee is 13 years. So it is not a short-term thing, it is a long-term thing. And if you are out of education, and you are out of education for 13 years, you will never get an education. Even in Europe, we have difficulties with getting refugees into schools. And I think we need to change the slide here. We have today half of the refugees are out of education. 7.2 million is the estimate this year. And you can imagine if you are displaced for those 13 years, that is not going to be a good situation. Because without education, the future of an entire generation of refugees, children and youth, is jeopardized. Next slide. So why are these numbers so important? They're important because, as Nacho mentioned, the enrollment numbers are not that high. We have primary is 39%, primary is 65%, secondary school is only 42%. and tertiary education is 7%. 7% of those 17, 18 million refugee children will get access to tertiary education. Next slide. So why is education so important? Education is a very powerful tool that brings hope. It aims at the development of a child's personality, talents, mental and physical abilities to their fullest potential. Education is a powerful tool to bring about positive change and to give refugee and migrant children and youth the tools to become agents of change, not just in their own lives, but also in the lives of their families, communities, and societies. And education also creates a safe space for refugee and migrant children against exploitation, child labor, early marriages or forced marriages, violence and abuse, or recruitment into armed forces or criminal gangs. Next slide. So education is a fundamental human right that has several key aspects. It is legally guaranteed to all without discrimination. States have the obligation to protect, respect, and fulfill the right to education. Education promotes democracy, peace, tolerance, development, and economic growth. Education should contribute to the full development of the human personality and respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms. The right to education is one of the most important principles in becoming a rights-respecting school. And what is the content of the right to education, one might ask oneself. So the right to education both have entitlements and freedoms. So it has the right to a free and compulsory primary education. It has the right to available and accessible secondary education, including technical and vocational education and training, made progressively free. It has the right to access to higher education on the basis of capacity, made progressively free. The right to fundamental education for those who have not received or completed primary education is also there, which can be important for our refugee children. The right to quality education, both in public and in private schools. Freedom of parents to choose schools for their children, which are in conformity with their religious and moral convictions. Freedom of individuals and bodies to establish and direct educational institutions in conformity with minimum standards established by the state. And finally, academic freedom for teachers and students. Next slide. So the right to education really has been included in the human rights standards from the very beginning. The Universal Declaration on Human Rights, which was adopted in 1948, proclaims in Article 26 that everyone has the right to education. And since then, the right to education has been widely recognized and developed by a number of international normative instruments, including the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, including the Convention on the Rights of the Child, Article 28 and 29, the UNESCO Convention Against Discrimination in Education. And the right to education has also been reaffirmed in other treaties for specific groups, for women and girls, for persons with disabilities, for migrants, for refugees, for indigenous peoples. And it has also been included in different contexts, including education during armed conflict. And it's been incorporated into regional treaties that, and it is nowadays in most national constitutions as well. Next slide. So what is a meaningful right to education? So the UN Special Rapporteur on the Right to Education back in 1999 decided or wrote a general comment on the right to education. And she developed the 4 A's. To be a meaningful right, education in all its forms and at all levels shall exhibit these interrelated and essential features. It must be available. Education is free, and there's an adequate infrastructure and trained teachers to support the delivery of education. It must be accessible. The education system is non-discriminatory and accessible to all, and positive steps are taken to include the most marginalized. It must be acceptable. The content of education should be relevant, non-discriminatory, culturally appropriate, and of quality. Schools are safe and teachers are professional. It must be adaptable. Education evolves with the changing needs of society and challenges inequality, such as gender discrimination. And education adapts to suit locally specific needs and context. Next slide. So yet, education for refugees and migrant children remains a challenge in terms of adequate quality, in terms of having adequate number of trained teachers, infrastructure. We know the enrollment numbers that we just saw are not great, and we have a great challenge with the funding, and that is just about to get much worse than it has been up till now. So next slide. Sorry. From the context, we've done a research into what are the barriers for refugee children to access education. And this was done in Kakuma camp. And from Kakuma camp, we have seen that there are a number of barriers and in access in education. They are multidimensional, and they might include some of the things like the financial burden of education remains a significant barrier. Paying school fees, especially for secondary education, is a major barrier for refugee children in Kakuma camp to access education. Tension between refugees and host communities can also hinder education access. Armed conflict that destroys educational infrastructure and makes schools unsafe. Girls face specific barriers such as the early marriage, pregnancy, menstrual stigma, and significant impact their school attendance and completion rates. This is getting a little bit better, but it is something that keeps sliding back. During the pandemic, we saw that the girls were the first to fall out of the school system. And these issues are worsened by cultural norms and security concerns that prioritize boys' education over girls. Displaced persons often encounter legal barriers to prevent them from enrolling in national educational systems, and this is specifically documentation or residency requirements. Even worse, obviously, for migrant children. And climate change was also one of the things that emerged as a key barrier for education. So barriers to education affects individuals differently based on their age, their gender, their diversity, and origin. Girls face unique challenges, as we heard before. And children of displaced persons, particularly from diverse backgrounds, may encounter hostility and exclusion due to cultural differences and competition over resources. In conflict zones, especially young students are more vulnerable. And again, the legal barriers, the lack of documentation, restrictive policies further marginalize displaced persons. Trauma experienced by refugees can cause mental health issues, leading to difficulties in concentration and attendance, which can be particularly pronounced in younger students. And again, the financial burdens directly impact young children who may be forced into child labor, hindering their education. So next slide. So UNHCR decided that we needed to think in a different way, and not only on refugees issues, but also on migrant issues. And we have the two global compacts, one on refugees and one on migration. And the global compact on refugees started to rethink refugee operations with a focus on easing the pressure on host governments through more responsibility sharing, enhancing self-reliance, expanding access to third country solutions such as resettlement or complementary pathways, and support conditions for return in safety and dignity. It was also trying to bring new actors on board in responding to the refugee crisis. So we really wanted to include the private sector, the academic world, obviously governments, NGOs, increasingly more so the refugees themselves. For the first time, we actually saw a fairly broad representation by refugees in the meetings. So it was really trying to get more actors around the table. And I forgot to mention the most important actor, which is the development actors. In 2023, so last year, at the Global Refugee Forum, we had several pledges made in terms of refugee education. These were multi-stakeholder pledges where a number of stakeholders came together to pledge. And some of the pledges were, well, the pledges were inclusion of refugee education into national educational systems. So this is a shift away from having a parallel system for refugee education to saying that we cannot have these parallel systems. Refugees should be included into the national educational systems. There was a pledge on secondary education. We really need to focus on getting more children through secondary education. How are we going to do that? There was a pledge on refugee-connected education, on digital inclusion, a pledge on 15% enrollment in tertiary education by 2030, and complementary pathways for education. And the last, and I think also not the least, is a pledge on social and emotional learning. An important addition, because a lot of children are not in a place where they can actually attend school because of the trauma that they've been through. We've seen from research from Ukraine that Ukrainian refugee students show so much emotional trauma that they are not able to attend school. And we have in Europe that has the facilities to enroll refugee children, 40% of Ukrainian school children out of school, which is pretty significant. Next slide. So the Refugee Connected Education Pledge is about the digital divide. because in a world that is rapidly being digitalized, refugee learners and their host communities find themselves in digital divide, being less equipped with the necessary resources, skills, and knowledge to thrive in a technology-supported learning environment. The schools and communities hosting refugees often lack sufficient digital resources to foster learners' success in an increasingly digitalized world. And I will mention one of our programs because we are running a program where we are providing a bachelor degree online. It is still very small numbers, but this is an area where we could really see investment into technology that would provide students with much more access to tertiary education. Next slide. The pledge on complementary education pathways is trying to create safe and regulated avenues for refugees to travel from their country of asylum to the third country to pursue tertiary education. It is pledging to try to remove some of those barriers that there are for refugee students to do so by reviewing the legal infrastructure, possible entry routes, visas, and necessary adjustments to existing visa regimes to allow refugee students entry for study purposes. And this could look like waiving visa requirements that are preventing refugees from accessing foreign student programs, including application fees, income requirements, as well as the need to prove return to the country of asylum or country of origin. Simplifying application procedures and expediting visa insurances for refugee study, including by waiving procedural elements such as interviews, biometric collection where embassy access is impossible, waiving or reducing exit or overstay fees for individuals departing on complementary education pathways, and expediting exit permits processing. Designing and launching programs for refugee students additional to international student routes that would be specifically tailored to refugee needs. Ensuring access to family unification for refugee students departing on complementary education pathways. And using other forms of visa regimes, such as the humanitarian visas, to allow for easy access of refugee students. Ensuring progressive access to solutions through embedding the programming within existing migration frameworks. And ensuring that refugee students are protected from refoulement at all stages of their study or subsequent integration. So this is one of the areas I think this conference indeed could look more carefully at, how we can work between universities to see whether we can help push for such a better pathway for refugee students. Next slide. So now I'm going to talk numbers again. The World Bank came up with some numbers. So 23 billion US dollars are being spent on refugee response globally. And this is not even including the money spent by the host communities such as Kenya or Jordan or Iran. 19 billion. This is the cost of hosting refugees in our current system. Oh no, the 20 billion is the cost of hosting them in our current environment. But 19 billion could be saved if refugees are allowed to integrate and become self-reliant. So this is pretty significant numbers. And then we see that where refugees are being allowed to integrate, they actually contribute to the economic development of the countries that they are hosted in. Colombia has seen a 4.5% growth in their economy due to the arrival of the Venezuelan refugees who've been permitted to integrate. Inclusion can benefit both the host communities and the refugees alike if it's well done. 8% increase in income of refugee hosting communities, although not everyone gains equally, and need to make sure that there's temporary support for those who wish to make the transition. Finally, the cost of including refugees into national educational system. $310 million annually, which is really a bucket when we compare it to the number of the 29 billion that is being used or being spent on the global refugee response. Next slide. So UNHCR is going through some great economic challenges, and so are most of us who are working in the humanitarian world right now. In 2023, UNHCR had a 50% budget shortfall. 50%. So it only received 50% of the budget that had been approved by its ExCom. And these are basically, ExCom are the ones who are the donors for the organization. So this is pushing the organization into some serious rethinking of the way that they do business, because they are not getting the money to do the job that they have been doing up till now. So in October 2024, UNHCR came with a new proposal at the ExCom on sustainable programming. So sustainable programming, in essence, means that UNHCR is going to focus on its core mandate, which is protection. But it is protection seen in the legal sense of protection. It is not including education. It is not including healthcare. So UNHCR is going to transition out of providing education and healthcare. The idea is that host governments will take over that responsibility with the support from development actors, because it's seen to be a development issue, not a humanitarian issue. However, host governments were saying, we are very happy to do this, but we need help. We need investment in infrastructure. We need investment in teachers training. We need investment in the running of these schools as well. We do not have the money right now because most of the refugees of this world is hosted in low or middle income countries. 71% hosted in low and middle income countries. These countries do not have the means to provide extra education. They are struggling even to provide education for their own citizens. So UNHCR has come out saying, we are going to transition out of this, but they have done so before there is an agreement among development actors to come in and to take over the support of the host governments to be able to deliver education for refugee children. It is very problematic because without having an agreement on a funding mechanism, we might end up in a situation where donors are saying, oh, UNHCR, you're not doing education any longer, so you will not get any funding for education. And in the meanwhile, there's no agreement yet that the development actors will go in and support the host governments to take on this job. So we could potentially see even more refugee children out of education in the long run. Next slide. So I'm going back to some numbers that I would like you to remember. 7.2 million refugee children are out of school. 310 million US dollars is the cost, yearly cost of including every refugee child into a national educational system so that they can finish at least their secondary education. The question is, how are we going to get a funding mechanism for this? This is the big question we have in front of us today. And Tina, yes, we do need the business world and we do need the financial world to help us figure this out, because it is not going to happen by itself. 7% of refugee youth have access to tertiary education, compared to the global average of 41%. 7%. We must be doing better. This cannot be right, that only 7% of refugee youth have access to tertiary education. We can get more refugee youth through tertiary education if we can increase online access to online bachelor degrees, if we can increase the complementary pathways for education through increased collaboration with academic institutions. So I think these are the things that I would like you to think about over the next couple of days. Next slide. So, changing the narrative. It is necessary to change the narrative and influence the public perception of refugees by host communities. How refugees, with their skills, motivation, and commitment, can contribute to this aim. The presence, the testimonies, and active participation of refugees and refugee-led organizations in this conference is a good example of how we can hopefully change the narrative by giving the refugees and people with lived experience the space so that they can show and share how to generate a change, so that they can become the protagonists and the main actors in this change. So I'm going to end here, and I'm going to invite our 4 refugee students up to sit here at the panel with me. Yeah.
And since we have some time, first of all, thank you.
I don't think we have time.
Oh, am I wrong? You're right, I'm wrong.
Yeah. So if we can get Maida, are you here? Maybe. Okay. So let me call you up and see if we, yeah, come. And we need Vanessa to come up. And we need Matthew to come up. And we need you, Bidong, to come up. Okay, so next slide. So I am going to now introduce you to 4 refugee students who I am sure will give us a great story and show us what can happen when we provide education to refugees, and give us hope and inspire us to do better, to do more, and to really look also at the opportunities, the challenges in doing so. So I'm first going to, can we move to the next slide, to introduce Maida Sharifi. She's originally from Afghanistan, 20 years old, very young, a taekwondo athlete, part of the Refugee Olympic program, student of political science in University of Roma III, an advocate for recognizing gender apartheid as a crime in Afghanistan. So welcome. The next slide. Okay, sorry, I keep this microphone. It should be. So the next person is Carolina Vanessa Rodriguez Felton, and she goes by the name Vanessa. She's originally from Argentina. She works in an intercultural mediator and freelance project developer, specialized in social projects and also volunteering with the Italian Red Cross, where she's become an instructor in international humanitarian law. She's currently pursuing a PhD in social sciences with a focus on political science. In Italy, she completed her undergraduate degree in social sciences and went on to earn a licentiate in social science with a specialization in political science from the Pontifical University of St. Thomas Aquinas. Okay, next slide. Welcome, Vanessa. And next slide is Matthew. Matthew Onan. He is originally from South Sudan. He holds a bachelor degree in development studies, specializing in peace and conflict management from Bugoma University. Since 2017, he has lived as a refugee in Uganda and is currently pursuing a master's degree in sociology and social research at Trento University here in Italy. His current research is titled From Conflict to Professional: The Journey of African Refugee Students to Italy, examining the experiences and professional integration of African refugees in the Italian society. So welcome, Matthew. And the last person I'm going to introduce is Bidong Paul Wood, and he's also originally from South Sudan. He has recently graduated from the Sapienza University and is a resettled refugee in Rome. He started his educational journey in Ethiopia, where he completed a bachelor degree in law at the University of Misantepi in year 2021. And the same year, he got an opportunity to pursue a master's degree at the Sapienza University under the project called University Corridor for Refugees, the UNICOR. And before his graduation, he had to go for an internship with FAO of the UN in Ethiopia for a 6 months period. So welcome, Bidong. And we were supposed to have Emmanuel here with us today. Unfortunately, he could not come, so we asked Bidong to step in his place instead. So welcome to you. And I am going to ask you some questions. And first of all, I'm going to ask you a question, which is, what made your educational journey possible? and what was key for you to be able to embark on this educational journey? And I'm going to start with you, Maida. Yeah.
Thank you, Christian. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I'm truly honored to be here. So thank you so much for this opportunity. My educational journey was made possible by unwavering support of my family. They always prioritized education as a cornerstone in our lives. And they always believed that education is knowledge education is essential for a better future, not only for me, but for the entire community. So their encouragement and emphasized on learning provide me with the motivation to pursue this goal and to pursue this goal despite the challenge we face. And I firmly believe that education is essential for personal development and for and to equips individuals with the skills to navigate difficult circumstances. And also, I'm recognizing that every lesson can contribute to a great impact. Even small steps can lead to a meaningful progress over time.
Thank you so much. And Vanessa, over to you.
Okay. Hi, everyone. I just want to do like a small clarification because I'm not a refugee. I'm the emergency situation. So I fled my country because I have an awful divorce from a violent person. So that's why the reason I'm here. So for me, what made possible like this journey, now I'm pursuing a PhD, was like a dream come true. And yeah, it was the university. I really, really love this university. I got this scholarship, this program. As victim of violence, I think the worst part was like being broken, being really broke, like inside. So my self-esteem was like really, really bad. And the university not only provide like the courses and the teaching and all this stuff, but really the emotional support. I had like amazing classmates and amazing professors. I'm here because one professor invited me. And yeah, I'm really thankful for that. So this program is especially for people with migrant background or refugee background. So being in this international group of people that with so many different backgrounds and experiences, it made like possible to move forward from the bachelor's because I was ready to give up on the bachelor's. But yeah, they believe in me and they like really support me to move forward. And I'm thankful for that.
Thank you so much. And actually, in some countries, you could be a refugee. I know in Canada that women who are fleeing violence can become refugees if the government is not able to protect them in the country of origin. Not here. Okay. Over to you, Matthew. And can you? Yeah. You probably need to. Did you turn it on?
Okay, good. Hi, everyone. Yeah, what made my study really successful is the experience that I personally went through. And of course, also the status of my country, having only 27% literate people, those one that could just read and write. Of course, After experiencing several outbreaks of conflict and series of conflict in the country, I had to work hard in my academic journey with the support of my parents when they were still alive. And of course, at one point, I became hopeless and I lost everything after 2017 war. But with the support of UNHCR in partnership with Windle International under the DAFI program, a German program, I managed to go back to university and finish my bachelor degree in peace and conflict management. Is another factor also that made me to choose the course, because I believe that there is a way we could have a just society and a peaceful society if we could participate in acquiring knowledge that will solve the issues that drive us to refugee camp and so on and so forth. So mostly my experience keep pushing me forward to pursue my academic goal, because I really want to make change to many more people that will have gone through the same experience that I went through. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And Bidong?
Hello. My name is Bidong from South Sudan. So concerning this question, what made my educational journey possible is because of my experience where I came from. As you all may know, I'm from South Sudan, which is the youngest nation in the world. So I was born in a family who are pastoralists and farmers. They none have educational backgrounds. They all illiterate. So during Sudanese war, my dad had to decide what to do for my future. Because in South Sudan, we were marginalized under Sudan. There were no primary education or secondary education. So in that case, my dad had to move to Ethiopia because there was war and there was no educational opportunity. So in that case, I can say that it was my dad that made this educational journey possible, because without him, I could not be where I am today. And second to that, when I was in Ethiopia as a refugee under UNHCR, so I got all those support because there was money scholarships that were offered to students, refugee students, to Ethiopian universities. So I was one of the beneficiaries for those opportunities. So in 2021, I graduated in law in Ethiopia, and in the same year, so I got opportunity to pursue my master's degree at Sapienza University of Rome in the program of Development and International Cooperation Science. So I graduated in 9 of October 2024, last month. So with the support of my parents, UNHCR plus others partners, so they made my educational journey possible in this way. Thank you.
Thank you to all of you. My next question is, what have been the key challenges you've been facing along your educational journey?
So I just started university last year here in Rome, but from the start. But from the start, I can say throughout my journey, one of the most challenging moments for me was when I had to make a life-altering decisions to flee my home country, Afghanistan, within a span of 2 hours. After I finished high school in Afghanistan, I was excited to enroll in University of Kabul. But 2 weeks before the starting of a new academic year, I found myself moving to Italy. Once in Italy, I faced the challenge of learning a new language while adapting also to a completely different culture. Additionally, the key challenge that I faced is including lack of accommodation for refugee students. This one was one of the primary challenges that I encountered was securing accommodation, because the available options, including the regional scholarship here, are generally prioritized for the people who are coming outside of the city or outside of the country. Consequently, these often left those of us with a residence address in Italy as a disadvantage, while as a refugee living in Italy, I must have a residence, but at the same time, I may be in need of accommodation as well. And during the process of enrollment, I also faced some limited support services. Most of the university have separate support services. For example, in Italy, they have support services for Italian students and support services for international students. But there is a lack of separate support services for refugee and asylum holders, because the bureaucratic processes is different for refugee students. It's not the same for international students or for Italian students. So the lack of these support service make it difficult to do the enrollment process. And the last challenge for me, which still I'm dealing with this, is I can say financial and time managing. I can explain more, because as a student and as an athlete, it's a bit difficult managing the finance problem, because in Italy, the government support for refugee often ends after 2 years. So make it hard to going to work while you attending university and attending trainings. And also the language barriers is adding a layer to this complicity, because I learned Italian, but it's not my first or my second language, but and I have to put extra time for every lesson that I have in university, which is asking for too many time and energy as well. So it would be very helpful considering this challenge as well. Thank you.
Over to you, Vanessa.
Well, Italian bureaucracy. It's like, oh, it's a nightmare. Like, yeah, it was really, really hard. And that was the primary motivation to become an intercultural mediator, to help other migrants doing that, because it's really, really, really awful. And the second challenge was like feeling I lost my voice once again. First time was my marriage, and then the language. I wasn't able to express myself, you know? So when you are really strong opinion about things and you have the ability like talking like a 2 years old, it's really, really awful. And yeah, that was a really long struggle. And yeah, I did all the university in Italian, so it was tough, but yeah, I'm pretty fluent now. So yeah, I feel like I really can defend myself in any situation, like also like in life. So it was good. And but yeah, I think bureaucracy, it's really hard, but I found this university and I was really lucky that there is like a really simplified process for migrant students. It's way more easy because the the declaration of value, that document to get the access to study university is awful because you have to do it in your own country. And like, I'm from Argentina, so you have to travel half of the country to a random city because it's not even Buenos Aires to do this, so the embassy can recognize that your certificate from high school allows you to go into school. So yeah, that pretty much. Thank you.
Thank you. And if you're a refugee, that would be even more difficult because you cannot go back to your country of origin. Yeah. And Matthew?
Yes, I faced two challenges when I was in Africa during my bachelor's. One is the issue related to post-conflict trauma. You getting? Yeah, one is the issue related to post-conflict trauma. Of course, we fled the country in 2017, and immediately we joined university 2018. It is fresh in my mind, thinking about that atrocity that happened and which driven us from my own village. And again, there is a challenge of delay in funding. Of course, I could say also this could be the bureaucracy related to the UNHCR and other partners. Sometimes we find it hard to go on time to the university because the fund will delay a bit. And then we need to get transport to go from refugee camp up to Kampala where the university is. And that was also challenging. And also when you go there without any money, of course, you have to pay the rental for the hostel, and then you have to look for food and so on and so forth. It was challenging, but of course, we developed a mechanism of taking loan from some people who could give us, and that's when we will receive the money, we'll give them back, and this is at least possible. But these are the challenge that I face there during my bachelor's, and now that I'm doing my master's here in Italy, I have another form of challenge, of which two of them I've already mentioned: the use of the language barrier. And not only that, but how to balance the academic life and learning the language. So I end up learning only short statement like "Nana sono parlo italiano," so I could defend myself. I could defend myself from being disturbed with Italian language. I say I don't know Italian, I just know English, and I devote most of my time to learning the academic things with the hope that after finishing them, I will start embarking in the Italian language, which will help me in the near future. And of course, the other challenge is finding a job, because as a student, sometimes there will be needs for other things which is not being handled. Like Anos already said earlier, that the funding keep on reducing. So the funding could not be enough for us to do other things, but we'll need to have job. And for us to have job is still, we have to go back to the square one of the language, which is a barrier to us as a refugee student coming from Africa. At the same time, you need to study, you need to learn the language, you need to get job. It's really a problem that currently I'm facing, and we hope for the best in the near days.
Thank you. And Bidong?
Okay, thank you. Actually, I can't say that I face some challenges in my educational journey. It started from Ethiopia. The first challenge was the lack of policy, because in Ethiopia, I mean the integration of refugee is not there is no policies that support the inclusion of refugee. So it's generally a challenge, but I face it personally, because education is not just going to the class and attend the lessons, but there is some classes that you need to attend, like in case of digitalization. So is a challenge in camps for refugees. So so I faced this challenge because when I joined university, it was new for me to learn or to try on computer or to do things digitally. It was so new for me and other refugees. So in this case, I faced it too when I came to Italy. Yeah, because it was during COVID-19 2021. So we do exams online. So writing on computer was very tough. So because I just know how to write exam on paper. So this digital challenge need to be considered for a refugee. The second challenge was when I came here in Italy, because a new environment. I faced a language barrier like others, and of course cultural difference. So and this challenge is still I'm still facing this challenge, because I did not have time to learn this language, Italian, because I was engaging with my classes. So as Matthew said, so I can just only speak some words while I've been here for 3 years now. So it's a big challenge. But I hope after this class, I will learn Italian to be integrated fully in Rome. So concerning this challenge that I faced, as I told you, the first challenge for digitalization. So when we came in Italy, we came as we were 4 South Sudanese students. 4 of us we graduated. So because we thought this is a big challenge, and it was a big challenge for us. So currently we are doing a project in a refugee camp in Ethiopia. So this project is to equip a few refugees with digital skills. So it's now is ongoing project that the funding is us as a student, because we face this challenge. We don't want other students to face this challenge, and we know we don't have much support, but we hope to continue supporting this project, and maybe 10-20 students would be equipped with knowledge of digitalization. So thank you so much.
Thank you. And I think, I mean, listening to you with the challenges that you've had, some of those initiatives from the Global Refugee Forum with the digital inclusion, with trying to get states to make their procedures a little bit more easy and not facing these huge administrative obstacles, creating special programs for refugee students, because you're falling in between what it is to be a local student and an international students, and you don't get the support as a refugee student. It seems to me that they are pretty much trying to address some of the challenges that you've had. Are there any recommendations that you would like to make for the conference here going forward?
I would like to emphasize some recommendation regarding the education of women and girls in Afghanistan. This issue is urgent because since the Taliban imposed a ban on girls attending secondary school in Afghanistan in March of 2022, it's been 1,146 days of educational deprivation that represent a severe human rights violations, denying girls from attending secondary school and university. So while situation remain challenging, I think it would be very helpful to boost access to online learning. At the previous slides, I see that you are talking about the online bachelor degrees. If that could be possible also for women and girls in Afghanistan, it would be an amazing idea right now at this situation. And in addition, empowerment programs and skill developments, teaching practical skills from computer literacy and language proficiency, because these programs will prepare Afghan women for future job opportunities, and also installing confidence and giving them hope for resilience to face these challenging moments. And I also recommend establishing scholarships specifically for Afghanistan women, because we are talking about a country that half of them are deprived of education based on their gender. So while this country have also so many financial problems, so establishing scholarship specifically for Afghan girls can dismantling financial barriers and opening door for higher education for them. And the last thing I want to ask all of you to advocate for their right to education. I think we must advocate relentlessly for Afghans' rights to education, arguing global leaders and policymakers to uphold and protect these rights. These actions are not just recommendations, they are organizations that can reshape life. Education is the foundation of freedom and empowerment, and so we cannot overlook the tragedy of Afghan girls being denied from this right. Thank you.
Some very powerful words here. I think you will find that most of us in the room will agree very much with you. Over to you, Vanessa.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. Like education should be like the foundation to build something else and everyone. So for me, like my recommendation, it's like you said before, like the online courses, online bachelors. I think it's a really good option, especially because usually we don't like address like the gray area, because getting a refugee status recognition takes years, many years. And also sometimes to even get like a residence permit can take you years. And so this gray area, it's like you are not from here, you are not there, you are not nothing, and you cannot address education, or yeah, you cannot do anything. Like theoretically, like on paper, yeah, you can even work or study, but it's not like that. It doesn't happen like that at all. So this is, it could be like an option. So in this gray time, you can pursue a bachelor's even during that time. I think that would be like really helpful for many people. And yeah, that's enough.
Thank you. Matthew, do you have any recommendations for us?
Yeah, I think both of them have recommended the issue of the online study. I just want to set more light on that issue. We need to look deeper in a way that also people with impairment is included in this kind of program, because there is those that have visual impairment, there is those that have a hearing impairment. If we are going to have the online program, are they going to be inclusive in such a way that they could also participate? Maybe this is a way I could recommend something in that regard. And of course, I would like also to recommend like the more investment in tertiary institution, like more investment in tertiary programs like PhD for refugee students, because most of us may want to be academician in the near future, to join the academic field, but not to just go and be a job seeker. And also, again, on the other hand, if we give more opportunity, including from bachelor and masters, will reduce the burden. Because, for instance, if I acquire my master and I got job opportunity, I will be able to pay other people back home there to acquire some educational certificate and so on and so forth. And this will reduce some burden, because I believe in education and we need to make change. And this is the way we could make change. But otherwise, if I could not reach at this stage or this level, it will be very hard for me to support others. And I do appreciate the support, and we still need more in this area.
Thank you. Bidon?
Okay. The recommendation that I would like to give is post graduation challenge that I think is many of refugee students being faced. Like in case of this university corridor for refugee, like our former students and the students who are still studying now, they will face the same problem. Like I myself, since I've graduated, so I have already started facing this problem, because after graduation, all the support from UNHCR and other partners, so it will be cut. So there will be no guarantee for you for your accommodation, even food to eat. So this is a challenge that we've been faced, and we always talk to UNHCR and other partners about this issue, but it's not solving. And if there could be some support from other organizations to support the UNHCR and their partners for this issue, because if this issue is not solved, so for us as graduate and for me myself, I would lose hope. So or I can lose hope, because if I don't have anywhere to go or to stay, so it would be a trauma for me, because I'm here. My parents are away from me. So even the job that I could be looking for, so I would not have a chance to get that opportunity, because mentally I'm not okay. So it would be difficult for us, and the resource that UNHCR and other partners use on us would be waste, because after graduation they have to still support us in this case. So until they make sure that everything is okay, we are settled fully where we are. So thank you.
Thank you. I don't know whether we have any other questions from the room to you. Do you have a question? Oh, no, okay. Okay. Anyone? Yeah.
Can speak. Yeah, okay. So, and first of all, I have to recommend you guys and all the stress you have to went through to pass through university, primary, secondary, and so on and so on. And it wasn't easy for you. So I was also like you, and even up to now. But what I actually wanted to emphasize on, not question, but rather emphasize on, what this brother says, mind you, and also you make comments on that while you were giving your speech concerning the resources and all that, so forth and so on. Sure, and we understand that education is an investment, and investing in the life of refugees or any migrant without giving them the possibility of giving back to the society, it might be a waste, as our brother said. So I will suggest that, like, for example, I'm a student of University of Napoli, which is a Federico II. And it's one of majority of the students there are international students. And at the end of the graduation, no single foreigners working there, even as a lecturer or as a staff. So in that case, you give us access to education, but you don't give us access to integration. And so to be fully integrated and accepted by the society, you should have something to contribute to the society. In June this year, so I did some research about integration and the measurement of integration of migrant and refugees in Italy and Europe, to be precise. And I find out that, and when it comes to economic and so forth, or educational system and so forth, socialization, and the systems was very close against migrants and refugees. So in this case, it's not encouraging that even being migrant after all the traumas you went through or refugees you went through, and graduating from the university, even the same school you graduated from don't even find you qualified for a single job, I don't think is correct. So which means we have to actually push to the policies that include migrants and refugees. If this can be done, I think by the next 10 years, we won't be here talking about the resources, because you're giving back to me, even the taxes and other things I pay to the government or with the environment I find myself, it's enough, or it's also added to the contribution to help others. So the finances crisis might be little be resolved. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. That is a very valid comment. And I think the integration issue is not only when you're finished as a student, but it is also while you're a student.
Yeah.
I mean, we heard a lot of challenges with that integration,
Yeah.
especially in terms of the language, but not only in terms of the language. There was a question up there.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for sharing your stories. It's so crucial to have that at the heart of this conference. A question I have for you guys. A lot of us are in higher ed as faculty and staff, and some of you are also now our colleagues. I was wondering if you're willing to share, either all of you or some of you, like in your experience in your higher ed degree, what are some things that faculty or staff can do on an individual basis to help our students that are migrants and refugees, especially like when systemically that's difficult. So if you could share maybe like a moment or a resource that you found was really valuable for you, that'd be great.
Well, I really feel like, well, my faculty is a really small one, and it's really like the human quality is super high. So like the dean, like she was like with us all the time, even during COVID, like asking how we were doing and stuff. I went to Argentina for an emergency situation because my grandma, she was about to die. And I asked for a permission because I have an obligation to assist classes. So my professors did, for example, the lessons online just for me. So I could follow the lessons being there. And like there was a lot of facilitation, and there was like a really, they were really close with the students. There's a really, really human quality there. It's not everywhere. I did study in another Italian university, and I didn't feel like that at all. It was just a number, another student, and it made things really hard at that time. But I don't know, like I have like really amazing professors that they are really close. They understand the language barrier because they are working in an international context, so they are used to it. So they don't care about like grammatics and stuff. It's just about like understanding that you understand stuff, and that it makes things way easier. And yeah, but it was a really, really close to the students. Like the faculty was really close, from the secretary, from the dean, from the professors, and even the classmates. So, but again, it's a pontifical university. There's a lot of religious people. So there's a lot of caring in there. And I feel really privileged for that context. I know it's not the usual thing.
Thank you. Thank you. Anybody else wanted to say something to this?
May I make a suggestion for people who are asking questions to introduce themselves and where they're from?
If we have no more questions, I definitely would like to thank you all very much for sharing your, there was one.
can I ask a
Okay,
question?
thank you. Last.
Daniel Cortez, I'm a professor at Villanova University in Pennsylvania. I had a question. If you have such great successes, I was wondering if you could talk about anybody maybe that you were close with, that you knew about, that maybe isn't in the same position that you're in, or maybe attempted to go down a path of education, but couldn't for some sort of obstacle. And I wanted to kind of see if you could bring light to their story and their challenges.
Hi. So you're talking particularly in Italy or generally? Generally, as I know some Afghan people that are living in countries like Indonesia and Iran. So it's not about one person particularly, it's about a group of people, which just came to my mind to mention. I know the Afghan people who are living as a refugee, they are living in Indonesia or in Iran and in Pakistan. They are really facing many challenging their to accessing to education, because for example, in Iran and in Indonesia, as a refugee, most of them, they don't have even they can't register their children to the public school and universities, and they have to pay very high costs that most of the families are not able to pay this. And when these children can't go to school, or the girls or the children can't go to university, they are deprived of the education. So by passing time, they forced to do very, very hard work, which are not paying good, and that doesn't make them able to take a residence permit on this country to make a life for them. So just to mentioning that refugees in very difficult situation are also finding in countries like Pakistan, like Iran, and especially Indonesia, those who are waiting for a refugee visa to Australia, to America, or New Zealand, or other countries.
Yeah, I have two type of stories regarding other people that have challenges that I know. One of whom is my friend that we had the scholarship together to go and do the bachelor degree. However, he dropped out because at the time that we joined the bachelor's, he happened to impregnate a certain lady, and then of course the challenge persevere with him, and then the funding was less, and he was to balance between supporting the family and academic life. So he had to drop out from the education system, and this is another category of the challenges that could happen to other people. And of course, also some ladies do drop out as a result of this in the program. On the other hand, also there is category of people that are qualified, but because the funding is actually limiting the number of the people that to go to university in a given year. Like during our time, we were only 8 from our refugee settlement that have about 100,000 people, and of whom almost 70% are the youths, and of course, like 5% are eligible to go to university, but only 8 of us managed to go and do our bachelor's. And you could see the gap, and why maybe we have 7% of people that attend a tertiary university or tertiary institution. I mean, I will say that. Thank you.
I think I see no more questions. Looking around. Oh, yeah.
And maybe we could open it up for just general comments from people in the conference and see what thoughts are on their minds rather than questions. We've got a few more minutes left.
Yeah, we can open up to some more general comments about some of the challenges we are facing. Maybe it looks like people are in need of a break.
Then maybe what occurs to me, Tony Stanera, what occurs to me is this is the third conference that the Refugee and Migrant Education has organized over the last 6 years with partners. It's so important to have you come and share your story and your experience, because otherwise academics like us could just get lost in our books and in our articles. You put a human face on the human story, and that's very, very important.
Yes, indeed, it is very important. And I think it is very important that we both see what education is doing for you in terms of giving you some hope, but we also have heard a lot about your challenges, and especially current challenges in getting funding, getting accommodation, learning the language, administrative barriers. There's still a lot of challenges that we need to be able to do better to address going forward. And I really would like to thank you all for sharing today, because I do believe that your voices are the voices that are needed for us to do a better job. So thank you very much. And yeah.
Me?
So,
I am from Poland. I would like to say something about our experiences regarding the people from Ukraine. Maybe it is a different case, but the parents were sure that they are coming with the children, parents or mothers, only for a short time. And at the beginning, I think it was difficult to convince them that they should do everything that the children be learning in going to school in Poland and doing everything what the child should do. But on another hand, in Poland is a little. We were afraid that because of this population problem, that the smaller children, smaller fertility rates in Poland, that we would accept refugees from Ukraine very easily, but we think that would be not honest, because they should really sometimes come back and rebuild the country. It means that now I think is okay that the Ukrainian children are taking their classes, and it's not a big problem. Thank you.
thank you for sharing that. I do know that it is a challenge to get Ukrainian children in school, and it has been a big challenge to ensure that they have access to education.
So, and I think this should be question direct for my brother from South Sudan, and also Sister Mahadia. So, and I think both of you are refugees. So, and were you having stress or difficulties of the recognition of your certificate from Sudan to in Kenya, and also graduating from the University of Kenya, coming to Italy for your master? Do you have any difficulties of recognition or certificate, or you have to pass some certain exam, or went through stress? The same thing with you, because sure you have educational background before you came to Italy as refugee. Were you having some issue? Or maybe if you can also educate us on that, because we can answer some questions for other refugees. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Actually, this is very important because most of the refugees here, they are facing this problem that they are not able to make recognition on their diplomas or the certificates that they have there from their own country. So also for me, I came here with my diploma, the high school. I wanted to start university in 2022, but I cannot start because I was applying for Sapienza University, and they were asking for some recognition that the time that I had at that moment was not enough. I think they told me that it takes 4 to 6 months, and I was late for that because I didn't expect it this long. So I faced this problem, and also this year I hear that before the students coming from Afghanistan to Italy, they had this chance to start university with the diploma of high school. But this year, the high school in Afghanistan is 12 years, but this year they are asking for 13 years of education to be able to start university, which is a problem because in Afghanistan, the high school is 12 years old, 12 years, and how from where you are able to bring that 1 year. So this is a challenge that I see also this year some students are facing. Thank you.
Yeah.
Good. Oops, sorry.
Yes.
Sure.
Yeah. Regarding your question, Maurice, actually, I would say we didn't face the same challenge that they faced because our case could be different. I studied in Uganda system, and then it is handled by UNHR, some of these processes, and with some partners on the ground, they have to take our document to the Ministry of Education of Uganda to satisfy it, and again take it to the Italian embassy to translate it, and then equip it, and then does it. It's really not hard for us because we don't do it ourselves. It is been handled by the partners to ease the way for us.
Hi, good afternoon, and thank you for your interventions. My name is Elisabetta Dolzan, and I'm a staff at University of Trento. I just wanted to make a comment on the online programs that online bachelor's program that you were talking about earlier that I found very interesting, and it was something I hadn't really thought about earlier. The first comment is just elaborating on what Bidong was saying earlier. If I got you correctly, you were saying university is not only going to class, and that made me think of, there's a lot around it. So probably it will be interesting to think about ways to sort of ensure that those online programs not only provide classes, but also what is around them in the university sector. And the other thing about online programs, I was thinking it would be very important to also ensure that those online programs are also linked to job opportunities in the country where the refugees are. Otherwise, we're sort of back to square one, and the language issue that we were saying before, if once a person is graduate, then there's no access to the job market. So just putting it out there as comments. Not sure, I don't have solutions, but maybe something to think about. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, maybe I can share a little bit about our program that we have in, for instance, Kakuma Camp with an online program, because it is actually working like a school in some ways. So the students will get a computer and they will be set up with a university that is offering the online program, but they are set up with the computer and a room where they come and study together with other students who are doing the same, and with a support structure also from staff that will be supporting them and guiding them and supporting, for instance, access to transportation, if there's any mental health issues, psychosocial support, etc. So we found that these online programs only really work if you have that supporting structure around them. And yes, they also work, maybe Angelo can speak more to it because he was working in Kenya, but also linking it to the job market has been very important, that there's that opportunity to get a job. But I think that goes for everything, because one of the barriers we've also seen for the secondary education is that if there's no opportunity after the secondary education, then
students don't see, they are not motivated to finish secondary education either. So if there's not either job opportunities or vocational training opportunities or tertiary education opportunities, then the motivation for finishing secondary school is not there. So Angelo, you wanted to say something as well.
Good afternoon, Angelo Pitaluga from Jesuit Refugee Service. Mine is just a brief comment. I have been part of the organization of this conference with many colleagues here, and I feel so pleased to see these people coming together, the level of interaction. And I just want to share with you that yesterday we had a final meeting with the colleagues, and we decided also to live stream the conference so that people can follow online. And I wanted to share with you that I just received a message precisely from a Kakuma refugee camp. They are saying, it's a very nice event. We are following it online. We want to thank you for organizing. It's giving us hope. So I feel it's beautiful also to see people following. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so René Mikalev, I'm a Jesuit. I teach at the Gregorian. I'm part of the RME. I wanted to share a feeling and a comment. This is the 4th conference we've had as RME. And obviously, after this first part, I feel both happy and sad. It's great to see success stories, and you are success stories. And there are a lot of people in this room whom I know and who have been active for many years in this sector. And I think it's a cause for celebration. On the other hand, we all know that what we're doing still is a drop in an ocean. So when we started with this, I mean, I knew that the Jesuits had been working with education since the 1980s and early 90s, but how much that has grown after 40 years, I'm still not convinced. So I think, I mean, what I'm hoping from this conference is that we can help each other to spread this, to get more funding, to get more universities involved, to get more NGOs working on this, because what we're doing as Jesuits, and I'm very proud of JRS, and I've been to some of these places and have volunteered with JRS in many settings, is great, but how can we make this bigger? Because the demand is huge. So I think we are setting there's a lot of nitty-gritty details which we need to solve, and sometimes there have to be a pioneer generation to help us solve these problems. But how do we increase this? And I'm hoping from this conference that we can also come to these kinds of discussions. Thanks.
So I'm Gabriel Usueje, a student of PUG and a Jesuit. So like what I hear resounding in our conversation is maybe on the level of integration. Integration, maybe looking at how refugees get integrated, whether at the level of schooling or maybe after schooling. But my question then is, how are we able to navigate the tensions which may probably arise at the level of maybe trying to promote social cohesion, because there may be concerns or maybe a level that you want to advocate for integration that if you are not careful, what you are advocating may rather lead to maybe disconnecting people other than rather bringing them together. So how are we thinking about navigating those tensions should they arise? Thank you.
Thank you. I will answer a little bit, but I don't know that it is an answer. I think if I'm looking at the Jesuit Refugee Service in Europe and in North America, most of the work is focused on the social integration of refugees in societies. It's different when we then go to other places of the world, but
that is the core function of our programming in Europe and in North America. We need to do better. And I think actually having these narratives changed and to really change people's perception of who is a refugee and what is a refugee is going to help that integration as well. So that is what we are hoping by bringing you into the space. Yeah, you can answer as well.
May I say something? I really feel like, yeah, it's not easy to belong and to feel included, because it's a two faces coin, you know, and it's not only our side, but it's the other side. And yes, there is a situation that sometimes migrants and refugees are seen like Class B citizenship and citizens, sorry. And this is an issue. So I don't know, I have been doing like social projects, and for me, the thing that has worked a lot, like for me personally, was like volunteering, like getting included in that specific place and like creating a network with the local people, but also like creating like safe spaces to know each other. So because it's normal to feel afraid from the things we don't know, you know. But if you put, like he said before, like you put a face on, because migration is like a huge mass of people, but any case is unique. And if you have really a face, a name on that person, and you know them, your perception of migration is totally different, change so much. I have seen like people like really changing, like people that saying like, I'm not going to say that, but awful stuff about migrants or refugees, and really like flipping like something, a new person, really a new person, just because they knew the person in front of them. And that's really, really, really important. So creating safe space to know each other.
Good to that, because sorry, firstly, I have to introduce myself because I was not opportune to do that. So, and my name is RME, and here from Italy, and originally from Nigeria. You know, for the past 15 years, I've been working on integration. So that is why I think it is right I contribute to this. So we understand that when we talk about integration is just a bridge of bringing two community or two cultures together and make it friendly. And in the best positions to talk about integration or integrate the refugees or migrants or working on integration, first is policies. When the political tools become a weapons against migrants and refugees, it's obvious that the communities, they are afraid to be associated with migrants. So if we abandon the history of migrant or refugee, and it's obvious that the people where the refugees and migrant resides might not really know the story behind refugees. Because if the migrants and refugees is being painted negatively, it's obvious that the integration will not be solid. Only few people will pick up interest to know much about it or tries to do research, because today nobody study, everybody go to social medias and all that. But if we want to actually strengthen the integration, so we have to also use political will to strengthen the integration, because if the political will or the peoples working on that migration or even the refugees or the community peoples tries to bring them together, and the political strength is trying to bring it up because they want to get political relevance, so it's not going to work. Firstly, we have to first of all concentrate on the policies making and make it right and understand it. Also teach our students the level and when the migration started, because from the creation of the earth, so migration has already there. So today we have a crisis, and we understand that we have a crisis and all over the world. And if we let people know that people froze away for so many reasons and they are not a threat to the society, I think the integration will be much easier. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think we are going to end here. Oh, Bidong, you have a few last words,
Yeah.
Matthew and Bidong.
Thank you for this opportunity, or the last opportunity. What I would like to say is just a question for all of you who are here. I was in Ethiopia for almost 14 years as a refugee. So today we are discussing about education. So the challenges that the refugees in Ethiopia are being faced is not only having opportunity to get a chance for education. We get, of course, opportunity for education, but after graduation, there is no clear policy in the national system that that include or agree to give refugees opportunity to work in the national system. For instance, in Ethiopia, so all refugees after graduation, you don't have an opportunity to work like other citizens. In this case, so we can say education is useless, because if you will not be able to apply what you learn, the skill, the knowledge, so what is the importance of education there? It's nothing. So it's very important. I think it's very important to work or for international organization to have agreement with the national with each countries that held the refugees for the inclusion of refugees in job market. The same challenge that is being faced now by refugee and migrant here in Italy. So even if you've been given an opportunity for education, like myself, so after graduation, I don't have a guarantee that I will work here or I will get a job opportunity because I'm a refugee. So what would be the solution for this? If we always talk about education, that would not give any result, because if I graduate, example, I just graduated last month, and if I don't get any job that I will be able to apply the skill and knowledge I acquired, so after 2-3 years I would forget everything that I learned. So what is the use for education? It's nothing here. So we need to think about this issue, because it's very important. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. And Matthew, you also had some last words.
Yeah, I just want to add something that I'm doing, which could be a success to what I'm achieving today. Of course, I'm practicing a long-distance nationalism, in a sense that I am doing a podcast, videos on social injustice issues that is happening in South Sudan and other refugee camps, especially where South Sudan resides. And it has given hope to many people, especially in my country, because people are really frustrated from the system and from the injustices that is happening. And what I could usually do is to see a particular event that happened, like outbreak of a given war, issue of raping, and then maybe an issue that happened to particular people, and they want to cover it in a way that their voice should not be heard. I usually go deep and do investigation with evidence given my background now in sociology and social research, I'm equipped with some tools to do some background check and the desk study review. Then after that, I will come out with some possible problem in terms of human rights and how it affects the society and how it is supposed to be handled and how people should have seen it rather than just be quiet and silence people. And then this thing has given hope to many people from my country. And today my videos are the one trending everywhere and they were happy, and it is giving them hope now to speak out, because in the context of Africa, sometimes you don't even have right to speak. Okay, you will be killed if you speak the truth. And as this opportunity, because some people also in refugee camp, they will come and pick you, and that's the end of your stories. Even in Uganda, I could not have this opportunity to speak about all those issues, but today I am well protected and I'm well equipped with some tools. I'm speaking about these things. And to conclude, I believe that ignorance creates conflict, would drive many people to become refugee, but education is still will help us rectify these root causes, and again, we will gain our right as citizens of our countries. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. 10 minutes, right? And then come back for our last session before the reception. Thank you. The project is very, very interesting.
Yeah, going to work on it, and we will share it. Yeah.
We're very powerful. Thank you. Thank you, Phil.
Is there going to be red wine at the reception, or is this post reception?
I have no idea what is at the reception.
I know. I'm trying to just make plans whether I need to go get dinner or not.
Well, I'm guessing you're gonna probably. I'm guessing that's not gonna be.
I'm hoping so, because there are specific restaurants that are in my mind. Yeah, exactly.
So this your first time to Rome?
It's my first time in Italy, yeah.
Really?
Hi, everyone. We're going to get started because there's a reception after this. And so the quicker we get started, the quicker we get to our reception. So hi, everyone. My name is Michelle Pistone. I'm a professor of law at Villanova University, where I've been teaching since 1999. And I, for many years, taught a clinic in which my students and I, my law students and I, provided legal representation to asylum seekers and refugees. And then recently, during COVID, I took the curriculum that I had traditionally been teaching to law students, and I moved it online and created a program to train non-lawyers to become advocates for immigrants. So I'm basically have a junior like JD, where I teach students without having to go to law school how to be immigration advocates. And in the United States, people are actually authorized by the Department of Justice to provide legal services in immigration court for immigrants. I know, it's amazing. Like, basically what I'm trying to do is to create a new career path in immigration, like akin to nurse practitioners in in the healthcare industry, but do that in law. And it's really exciting. We're the first university in the United States that's training for this profession. So I'm here because this panel is talking about how to teach, how to integrate topics about asylum, refugee, migration into the curriculum in universities. And so, of course, this conference kind of comes out of these conversations that Pope Francis has been having with the Academy for the last several years because of Tony's great work of organizing the Refugee and Migrant Education Network. So at every one of our audiences with Pope Francis, he's specifically called on colleges and universities to do more teaching, research, and what he calls social promotion of migrants and refugees. So what we're talking about on this panel is teaching about, right? So how can we incorporate more teaching about migrants and refugees into the curriculum? And it's important because, as Pope Francis told us, institutions of higher education are called to educate their own students, who will be tomorrow's administrators, entrepreneurs, and cultural leaders, to a clearer understanding of the phenomenon of migration within a perspective of justice, global responsibility, and community in diversity. So that's the direct quote from Pope Francis. And I think that's important because it recognizes that all of our students in universities need to understand the migrant and refugee situation. They have to understand the global phenomenon of migration because they're going to be the next leaders, right? And they're going to be the next entrepreneurs, and they're going to be the administrators, and they're going to be the people making decisions at government levels, and they need to understand migrants and refugees and that perspective and empathy. So the other thing that I find so important about his words is that it's all university students, right? So it's not just people who are studying global, relations or international law or immigration law. It's everybody in the university. So the great thing about this panel is you're going to hear from people who you wouldn't expect would be teaching about migrants and refugees, and you're going to hear their innovative ways of incorporating these topics into their curriculum. So my first speaker and colleague and friend is David Deinhardt from Villanova. And take it away, David.
Thank you, Michelle. As you can see, we got the calm, no passion involved moderator. Tired today. She is tired. So how many engineers do we have in the crowd? So I stand alone. That means you're engineer sympathetic. So I stand alone. Then I am a civil engineer, structural engineer by training, and I'm from Villanova University, who was founded by persecuted Irish immigrants. And our engineering school has embraced the mission of the school: unity, truth, and love. And I was very fortunate to be involved with some, I guess say they were a Villanova alum who was helping to start an orphanage in Honduras, and showed up at my door and said, I need your help. I want to get students involved. And I found myself trying to come up with excuses not to participate. I said, well, I have a 2-year-old and a newborn. My wife is never going to let me go to Honduras. To which she did not play her role properly. And I go, and she said, that is so cool. You have to do it. And found myself in Honduras a few months later, building a cross at a home for children. At the time, they had one structure partially finished and 6 boys living there. That was 25 years ago. And now it's a bilingual school. And we have, I think, 24 structures, which Villanova's helped play a role in. I spent 10 spring breaks in Honduras with my students. And what the opportunity presented, it made me realize as an educator, if I can put real projects for people in real need in front of my students, it elevates everything. And so for me, I didn't realize at the time part of what we were doing was setting up a system for those children in Honduras where they could be educated, be safe, but provide a mechanism for them to be able to stay in their own country. And so it became the teaching tool for me. It ultimately led to years later, the nursing dean reached out to me, God rest her soul. She was an amazing lady, Louise Fitzpatrick, who the college is now named for. But she said, I need you on the board for the Center of Global and Public Health. And I'm an engineer. What do I know about global and public? She goes, I need you on this board. That provided me the opportunity to meet some amazing colleagues, like this one here, doing amazing things, including a nurse who did outreach programs, somebody in the communications department who was doing documentaries and winning Oscars with students. I became the chair of the board for a period of time, but it stimulated in me this great work going on at Villanova that I said, wow, what could I do? And so when I was on sabbatical, I was able to create a course, Engineering in a Humanistic Context, where the project is then focused on how can engineers improve the lives of refugees and migrants. And so I'll talk a little bit about the challenges, the wins and the losses of the class on the border. But it has been, again, it's now become part of our engineering honors curriculum, which is open to the top 10% of the students at the university. So not everybody yet. It's very impactful for me as well as the students.
Am I on? So I'm just going to talk a little bit about how we've woven it into different courses. So in my market research and analysis class, I teach marketing. I'm chair for management, marketing, and supply chain. A lot of our students double major in marketing and supply chain. So in market research and analysis, we, as one of the data sets that the students analyze and do their tests and their analytical work from, is from a study that we did with Jesuit Worldwide Learning that I mentioned earlier today on that was done with refugee students and alumni. So this way they understand, they're learning this method of multiple regression analysis, but using this data set that helps them understand the drivers of transformative outcomes for refugees and migrants. I mentioned earlier that this was, understanding that one's commitment to their community, values alignment, having relevant programs and services, and viewing challenges at the margins as opportunities for innovation. And then this is a marketing class. So then we take those significant predictors of our transformative outcome and we weave that into the marketing messaging for whatever the intervention might be that we would be doing this test. But in this case, for JWL, so we can look at those drivers and say, this is how Jesuit Worldwide Learning transforms quality of life for its beneficiaries. And again, this is from their spoken voices, from their ratings, from their market research. So we would say JWL views challenges at the margins as opportunities for innovation by providing a values-based education with relevant academic programs and services that instill a sense of responsibility to others and community. So we've shown them this market research method, use this data in a way that they can learn the method and how to apply it, but also familiarizing them with the perspectives of the refugees and migrants. I also use it in sustainable marketing management. That's our marketing management capstone course for marketing majors, and then also for MBA students who don't have any marketing experience. They watch videos about Jesuit Worldwide Learning. They review the annual reports. We also familiarize them with the inspirational paradigm of Jesuit business education, really thinking differently about business education. And then they also do discussions on mission-oriented marketing. But again, it's another way to familiarize them with JWL, with the RME Network as well. And then I have another course that's subsistence marketing and social innovation. And so they do collaborative projects. One was in Honduras with a student that I met in 2011. We'll have to see if it was the same orphanage place. But so Ronald's been my friend since 2011, and now he's in the U.S. And he's in Key West. And we built a grocery store for his family. Freddie is another friend in the Kibera refugee community in Nairobi near Hekima. And we've helped build a Hope and Shine school just with little donations. And the students are learning how to market, how to fundraise, how to get people engaged, and how to be advocates for the marginalized. And then we've done also market research and some strategic planning for the Refugee and Migrant Education Network. And then the Valley of Peace, I take students to Belize over spring break. The Valley of Peace is a Salvadoran refugee camp established by UNHCR quite a long time ago, but now it's a village community, so they can actually see how communities can grow out of camps. And so we've started helped Gladys, whose father was one of the original refugees, start her restaurant and do a marketing plan for her. And then Marie Sharp's Hot Sauce, which distributing hot sauce to homeless shelters. And then lastly, we've also created a course with some of my colleagues here from Refugee Education UK. But the course was Social Innovation, Research and Analysis. This is online and hybrid. It's a collaborative effort between John Carroll and Refugee Education UK, Jigsaw Consult, UNHCR, and Dubai Cares. And we, in the context of doing this research on the Voices of Refugee Youth program, we train the refugees as researchers, and they get 3 graduate level credits. And so we're also teaching them a livelihood in entrepreneurship and how to be a refugee, how to be a researcher and advocate for your communities. So we've done that in Rwanda and Pakistan with Voices of Refugee Youth Project. And now we working on a second cohort that'll evaluate teacher training modules in Kenya, Uganda, and Chad. And yeah, so and basically just global classroom unifying tools. We have Catholic social teaching. These all come into play when we're talking about refugees and migrants, the SDGs, and of course the integrative justice model that we talked about earlier.
So it's amazing, right? Marketing, engineering. We can think really creatively about how to bring these lessons into the classroom. But not all students are going to take the classes that have these important topics. So what we're also seeing is that there are projects that are emerging on campuses where refugees are becoming part of the community and students get to interact with refugees in various ways. So Walid Mosarsa is from Every Campus a Refuge, and I'm going to pass it over to him next to talk about the work that he's doing, both on his campus, but also with other campuses around the country in the United States.
Oh, can you hear me? Yeah. All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Walid Musarsar, and I am the son of Palestinian refugees. I came into the work of Every Campus a Refuge while I was a student at Guilford College, a small Quaker liberal arts school down in Greensboro, North Carolina. And this is, it might not necessarily occur to you that this would be the kind of place that an initiative like Every Campus a Refuge would be born out of. However, Guilford College is a Quaker school. And for those who don't know Quakers, Quakers are a group that has long been involved, similar to Jesuits, in social justice advocacy and work, particularly the Underground Railroad in the United States, where they helped folks seeking freedom escape slavery on their way north. And Guilford's campus has always been a place of refuge, not just to slaves escaping their shackles, but also to folks escaping the Confederacy, as Quakers were known for their pacifism, as well as Japanese folks escaping Japanese internment in the United States, Holocaust survivors that were evacuated from Germany through the American Friends Service Committee. And now we have two students from Gaza, that have been evacuated as well through initiatives by the college. So there's a long-standing history of the school that I attended of engaging in being a place of refuge for folks fleeing persecution. So that's kind of the backdrop of why Guilford. But what happened in 2015, particularly the drowning of the Syrian child Aylan Kurdi on the shores of a Turkish resort town, particularly struck the nerve of an English professor at Guilford. Her name is Dia Abdo. And as she was watching what was then the zenith of the refugee crisis here in Europe, she thought to herself, maybe she can fly over to Greece, rent a car, and help transport refugees. Unfortunately, on a Guilford College English professor salary, that is not something you can afford to do. But then she thought to herself, well, actually, before she thought to herself, I need to bring in the Pope Francis connection here. Perhaps not the exact same message that was shared earlier about higher education's work with refugees, but rather at that time, shortly thereafter, the image of Aylan Kurdi struck the nerve of the public. He had called on every parish in Europe to host a refugee family. And that's when it occurred to Dia, as she was watching the news, the idea coalesced in her mind that a college or a university is essentially like a parish. If anything, it has more access to physical infrastructure that a parish might not necessarily have. So that includes dormitories, cafeterias, gyms, sites for folks to seek guidance counseling centers. That's what I was going with that one. And so as a result of that, she walked into, and our history at Guilford, she walked into our president's office then and asked for a house to host a new coming refugee family to Greensboro. And the rest is history. That was during the politicization of refugees in the United States. So our governor at the time had publicly requested from the Guilford to rescind the invitation that we had done to a refugee family. And because of that, we went public, so to speak. Our initiative did, and a lot of other colleges and universities in the United States came to learn of our work at Guilford. And so Every Campus a Refuge was no longer just an idea at Guilford College or an initiative at Guilford College. A movement, a grassroots movement kind of grew in higher education, and a model for higher education involvement with refugees was also born, which we call a resettlement campus. And a few years after that, seeing the interest in our work, we became a nonprofit. In 2017, we filed our incorporation documents, and we became a full-fledged 501c3, which is bureaucratic American talk for we're legit. As higher education institutions became more interested, we've spread to about 20 campuses across the United States through our co-sponsorship model, collectively hosted over 400 refugees on college campuses. Co-sponsorship means that colleges are providing their housing for free for transitional housing for a period of 3 to 6 months, so 1 to 2 semesters, where refugees are able to essentially receive the benefits of being a part of a college campus and community. And then a couple of years ago, with the fall of Kabul and then the occupation of Ukraine, a new model came to the United States based off of the Canadian model, which is called private sponsorship. And a particular new form of sponsorship within higher education was born, and it's called Welcome Corps on Campus. And given our experience as a nonprofit working with refugee resettlement on campus grounds, we became part of the consortia that is leading the Welcome Corps on Campus initiative, which is a process through which universities can directly sponsor refugee students to come to the United States on a pathway to citizenship, not just on an F1 visa, which is not a dual intent visa, meaning that in the United States, refugees coming to study are not on a pathway to citizenship. And that's kind of what we do and who we are. I'm happy to share more, but I also realize that time is short, so I will pass it on back to you.
And Karina Black is from the University of Nevada in Reno and also is working on related issues.
Thank you. So I came to the idea of resettlement completely by accident, having been teaching at the University of Nevada for about 20 years, and also running a public diplomacy program. So meaning we have been hosting international visitors through the U.S. Department of State to make connections. And in 2016, the mayor of our city, and I should mention that the city I live in is a small Western city that is, and I'm at a public institution. There is not a lot of international things going on. There is no other resettlement agency. There had never been a resettlement agency. And so the mayor of our city had gone to a mayor's conference where other mayors were talking about how important the integration of refugees and how relevant it is to cities' growth. And so the mayor, who was a friend of mine, asked me to look into opening up a resettlement agency. In my naive way, I thought, well, refugees perhaps are just like international visitors. And we started a resettlement program after negotiating with the federal government. This makes our organization, which is part of the University of Nevada, probably the only university in the United States that actually has its own resettlement program. And that has brought many interesting scenarios, both from funders to the university who, when they learned that the university actually has a resettlement program, have told the administration that they would withdraw funding from the university for political reasons. But it has also brought us many amazing and unique opportunities and collaborations. And I'll just mention one and then we can go on to the others. But I teach a class in the honors program on how to be a global citizen. And in that way, I've been able to bring in panels of our refugee clients to my class. And I should say, most of the students in my 25 plus student class have rarely met a person from another country, and less so a refugee. So that was a mind-blowing experience for them. But then we took it further, and I provide information about global migration, and then did United Nations simulations with the students at the very end. So the idea of one of the other speakers mentioned it, is that to really make it real for American students, especially who don't have a lot of opportunity to meet people from other countries because they don't live on international campuses. They don't live in Europe. They're very separated. So I would argue that for students at small, remote universities that are not very metropolitan, for those students, having interactions with refugees is probably one of the most critical ways to globalize and internationalize our campuses.
Great. So it's amazing, right? Engineering, marketing, English, global studies, having refugees on campus. There are so many things that we could be doing. So I just want to very quickly ask you each to talk like 5 words about the type of opportunities that you think this has presented for you, for your students, for your institution. Just like give us a sense, if I could do a word cloud, like what are the things that having these topics in the curriculum have done to help you professionally, help your students, help your institution?
I think impactful. Impactful, and I use a term human, right? When you put real faces and real people to this problem that you hear about, which is why it was so impactful to hear the previous panel and their stories. And so when you can do that, and I would say a continuum at Villanova, I think this will be our 26th year in a row where our senior capstone project has at least one international service learning element, where students not only do the design, but they're interacting with the clients and then meeting them in their country, right? And when you can do that and continue it year to year, it doesn't get more real.
For the word cloud, I would say friendships. I think when we introduce our students to the friends that we've made along the way in our immersions, and in our work, it gives them a whole different sense of I don't know, the extent to which they can be impactful, right? When they meet my friend Ronald and find out about his family, and this grocery store would be instead of the family having to walk an hour to the grocery store and in an hour back, they could have they can help. We can build one in the village, figure out how much it would cost. It really wasn't much at all. I think maybe $1,200 or something. And we did it over a period of a few different years, adding a cooler and adding different product lines. But so the students, these are different students each year, so they're learning from the previous group. And I think giving them a sense of, I'm call it social sustainability and economic sustainability, being able to really understand that the social and economic are just as important as environmental, and to balance them when I'm teaching in the context of sustainable marketing or, teaching the SDGs, they can really see how their efforts can really impact development.
Nice.
My brain is jet lagged, so for some reason vocabs are not coming to me. So I'm gonna try to come up with a quick way of describing this. I would say both imaginative and socially innovative. I think what every campus refuge does at any given campus is it pushes the campus community to re-understand what it means for their university to be a part of the community that they are a part of. So whether it expands the borders of the university beyond the ones that people typically conceive of. It also pushes folks to understand the role of American universities particularly, but also the university in the global refugee crisis, thinking about some of the issues that you guys mentioned. But one of the issues as well is the fact that American universities contribute indirectly to the issues that are at the root cause of global displacement, war, climate change. The engineers that create planes that are at Raytheon are also those are the planes that bomb other countries. The climate change that is happening is a result of just over hyper consumerism and carbon emissions and so on and so forth. We're not going to get into that, but that is the idea. I think that's what eCard does. It not just pushes people to think about what their community is and what the role of their and responsibility of their university is to the community that they are a part of, the immediate one, but also the global community. And so, yeah.
I was going to say innovation as well, but I'll say, I think I said it before, but internationalization of our campuses. One of my proudest moments in this last year was when I saw my refugee youth leading silent protests for Gaza on campus. And I thought, how important was it for these students to take on leadership roles on campus, not just to talk about their own experience, which they usually don't, but to take a leadership role in what it means to be a university student in this time in our history.
We hear innovation, impactful human proximity, social innovation, and entrepreneurship. So there's a lot of reasons that we should be thinking about how to do this, right? So what I want to do now is invite you all to take out your folder that you were given today. And I want you to do a quick write. So if you are a academic, if you're working in an academic institution, the question that I'm going to ask you, and I want you to just quickly write down your response, is where can lessons about refugees and migrants and the global migration phenomenon be added into the curriculum or the coursework at your institution? And what actions can you take to make it happen? So that's the question for the academics in the room. The question for the practitioners in the room, and again, take out your book and write it down because you're going to keep this and you're going to remember it, is if you're a practitioner in the field, where is your organization partnering with academic institutions on refugee and migrant related work? And where can your organization engage with academic institutions or students to advance the work? And if you're a student, then I'd like you to write how your school could respond to Pope Francis's call to expand education about migrants and refugees. So I'm going to give you 3 minutes to do this quick write in your book. Again, the students, the question is, what could your school do to advance the call to expand more opportunities for education in the curriculum? If you're a practitioner, how can you collaborate with universities? And if you're working within an academic institution, how can these lessons be incorporated into the curriculum coursework? And what actions can you take to make them happen? 3 minutes. David has the timer going. Oh, no, not me personally. I thought it's so small. I'm thinking of more of the. So 1 more minute. So about 20 more seconds. Okay, another. Well, I'm looking around and a lot of people put their pens down.
Father John still got more to write.
So those of you who are still working, that's fine. Those of you who have already put all your thoughts down, I invite you to turn to the people next to you, the person to your side, behind, in front, and I'm going to give you each 5 minutes to talk about your ideas. So while the first person is talking, the other people should be listening, and don't like interact until you've heard the whole story, the whole idea, and then you can ask questions. So 10 minutes of work in small groups. So 2 to 3 people. So get next to someone and share your ideas.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you. And yeah, and so the announcement that
Okay, we have about 4 minutes, so if you haven't switched, this is the time to switch so that everyone gets a chance to talk.
It's just to be ridiculous. No, okay, reception is at the bar. Well, it's a problem. All the rights are protecting your so the best way to go to the bar is through the steps action because the steps. Yeah, when the stairs that should that goes to the lobby to the lunch place, they have the light. So then they down and then they move out of the bar. Because like this they have a spotlight on the stairs and the spotlight in the bar. But really, if you go to the bar today, it's so dark, you cannot see anything. Thank you.
Okay. Our goal is to end at 6:30 because there's a reception. So I want to now invite some people to report back what like the biggest takeaways from your group discussion. So we're going to do this quick. Maybe we can think about like if we were going to do a word cloud, what would the words or what are the ideas that came to mind? So starting in the back, who's going to volunteer? Quick. All right, great. Diego, stand up. Because there are people like listening, I think, from Kakuma. They'll want to hear your voice, right?
So, hope you can hear me fine now. I won't stay like this very much. Oh, thank you. Much better. So, we had a short discussion, and from my perspective, and also what came out of the discussion was that sometimes the big issue is just the flexibility. At an academic level, sometimes there are rules in place that are thought out in a certain way, and then the consequences of those rules are not always intended. Yeah, exactly. So I brought up the example that I knew a guy who struggled a lot to finish his master's degree because this was a master's degree that had a requirement to know some foreign languages. So English-speaking students had to learn Italian, and Italian students had to learn English, of course. And then there was also another language that had to be learned. But if your native language was one that was not covered by the school's courses, so if it was not English, Italian, French, or Arabic, then it did not count for this qualification. So you had to learn a total of 3 versus 2. So of course, nobody made that rule with the intention of being disadvantageous for students coming from outside of these countries, but the end result is that. And then they were completely not flexible at all for this demand. So I think just from an institutional perspective, just the ability to be able to think about, what people coming from outside of your typical case might have a need for or might have difficulty with can probably better inform some of these decisions. Thank you.
Yeah, so I think it also talks about like the need to get the administrators involved in these conversations, right? Because they're the ones who maybe be able to change those bureaucratic hurdles. So let's hear from someone on that side of the room. Great.
Okay, so there's a code that says when you speak to, if you can speak to one person, then you can speak in front of 100 people. And Carly liked the idea, so I thought about sharing with the rest. So basically, as JRS MENA, we're currently having an open dialogue with a Jesuit organization as well. That is the St. Joseph University of Beirut. So we talk all the time about how we can contribute together into shared projects. So recently we signed a contract with the USG in Beirut to offer diplomas for our teachers in Syria. And for us, our teachers in Syria are vulnerable people. They are either IDPs or from the vulnerable community, the host community. So we're offering them 22 diplomas for free, 22 diplomas as a part of this shared project. But because of the sanctions against Syria, so yeah, none of the organizations are able to go to Syria, which complicates the issue. So basically, we're bringing our teachers from Syria to Lebanon to do the diploma. And it's going to be hybrid, 2 weeks in person in Beirut, and then the rest will be online. But due to the recent events in Lebanon as well, we had to accommodate it, and we're planning to get them to Jordan. And it really touches my heart because I've went to Syria and I've seen the teachers there. They do their best to support our students, but they're also vulnerable and they suffer from the limited opportunities because of the sanctions and because of the war that has been going in Syria since 2011. So currently the registration is open and it closes on the 15th. And I'm super excited to be selecting the participants and to kick off the program, hopefully in Lebanon, hopefully. Thank you.
So that's a great example of innovation, of flexibility, right? That's great. How about someone from this side of the room? In the back, does someone want to share an idea? All right, we're going to go back to the middle. Melanie? And then Father John, you'll be next.
Okay, we talked about research that can be done at universities to show more of these positive effects of welcoming refugees. but then discussed how to share that information widely, especially with audiences who might not already be receptive of that information?
Yeah, so it's really interesting because a lot of us as activists, or we want to kind of do these projects, but we also have to be mindful that we want to research them so that we can share the models, but also show the effectiveness. And so I think that's great to like be mindful that you want to be measuring impact so that you can, you know, do the research, share it, and get those models out there. Father John, your team is going to share? All right.
Okay. Thanks so much. Okay, we had both sides of the coin, because on one side, we were speaking about how to engage refugee and migrant students in our university researches, because Father John was speaking about sustainability, about the classes he gives and how he engages these students in the research, also doing interviews. A lot of interviews, I mean, in case studies when he does his own researches on sustainability with his students and also with people from other countries, if I understood well. On the other side, I'm more from Caritas Internationalis, so I'm more practitioner. And I can say that our organization, I told him also that we try to make sure that in all our working groups, in our strategy building, in our evidence-based research, that we get people involved who come from universities, be it students, be it professors, researchers, but also people coming from refugee and migrant community organizations. It may be presidents of these community organizations or members of these refugee-led organizations. And we had a lot of memorandums of understanding with these community organizations, but also with universities. For example, recently we signed a memorandum of understanding with the Notre Dame University, to give just an example of how people can, their students come as interns and mix up with the refugee and community organizations which are doing the same work with us and with our Caritas members from all over the world. So that is a very, very good and fruitful experience of, you know, be it in research, be it when we do strategies, be it when we have to, for example, organize or plan projects in the humanitarian field or in the advocacy field, that we are all together and we network with all the expertise coming from the different sides. Thanks.
Great.
Sorry for being long.
Any others from this side? Oh, go ahead. This will be our last one, and then I have a few questions for the panel.
One issue was redressing the bureaucratic constraints for our students, and especially being attentive to the mental health concerns that arise for them. With respect to JRS, being able to draw upon the rich experience of refugees in our advocacy programs in collaboration with other research institutes and centers. One example of that would be the collaboration we have with Ikima University College, which is our Jesuit School of Theology in Eastern Africa. We are planning to begin a bachelor's in migration and security studies. And this will allow African voices to be heard as part of the conversation, both in terms of experience and research. And finally, looking at distance programs, but that would allow a certification that would be portable, recognized across borders, and the need to have universities collaborate, not merely offering courses, but accreditation that would be recognized.
Yeah, that accreditation, that portability is a real issue. We heard it from the student panel. but also the idea that, of having a major or a minor in immigration studies, migration studies, security. I mean, it's the future. We need to be thinking that way. So that's great. So we are going to continue this conversation, by the way, tomorrow. We have a workshop at 2:30. So a pitch to come to my workshop, because we're going to continue to talk about this and think about it. But in the meantime, I have a few questions for the panel between now and our reception in a few minutes. So I'm just going to open this up to anyone who wants to talk a little bit about the lessons that you learned from this process, and also what do you envision for the future. So let's start on that side of the table this time with Karina and Walid.
Okay. So I'm part of an effort that was funded by the U.S. government called SURE, supporting higher refugees, supporting higher education in refugee resettlement. And our task is to create a map and a full-scale handbook for both resettlement agencies and universities to create a toolbox so that they can find out. So universities, for example, who want to be involved with resettlement, that they have kind of a handbook on how to do it. And what we're finding is that there's amazing work being done in so many universities, but nobody knows what anybody else is doing. And I don't know if that's the same in Europe, but in the United States, we're all kind of working in silos. And so I'm making a shameless plug here for, if you are doing great work in the United States, please come find me, because we are going to put it all into one single source, so that other institutions and other resettlement agencies, we all can partner and get together. So that, to me, is the biggest concern right now, is that we are all, there's not enough of a venue for all of us to talk.
And that's part of what this network is all about, right? That's what we want to do. We want to figure out mechanisms to share these kind of resources. Tony, you have a...
Yeah, I just wanted to, that's the point I wanted to emphasize. We would be delighted to work with you to help get the word out and to do whatever we can to help. Very, very important project. So thanks.
So that's an example of the future, right? Figuring out how we can collaborate as universities, so that we're not redundant in the sense that we have limited resources and we want to use it for good, and not basically to reinvent something that someone else has already done.
I think, speaking from the co-sponsorship side of Every Campus a Refuge, one of the main challenges we face is explaining to admins at colleges and universities why it's a good idea to give free housing for strangers for a period of time, and how it is beneficial for the campus community and for the institution. Sometimes the conversations don't progress for years, and sometimes they are convinced. So the challenges are often about figuring out what it is that is the obstacle and understanding how we can address it. And it's not, because it's every university has its own issues. Every university is unique in its culture and its resources. It's not a standard equation. But then on the Welcome Corps side of things, it's somewhat new. I would say the main challenge is, of course, securing enough funding to support the scholarships. Right now, we have small cohorts, and so we have a small cohort. We just received our first 30 students this summer. But as we look to expand, that's 30 scholarships. How many more scholarships are we going to be able to get? Our goal is to have one at every university. That's 4,000 universities in the US. So it's nice. It's a lot of fun.
That's great ambition. So the future is, we're going to meet that UNHCR goal. Tina?
I guess I would say I've learned to be patient, because it just seems like our work just takes a really long time. But I've also learned just the value of inspiring my students and kind of telling them about these things. And we don't have to be the ones to solve everything. All we need to do is just keep advocating and keep making people aware, pull, a stat here or a stat there, or just finding ways for people to engage. I mean, the students really will take on a project and throw themselves into it and the big thing that they want is to continue the work, especially the business students. They want to do well and do good. And, we just definitely need more opportunities for them to do that. And just the value of helping them understand their impact as a business person on markets and marketing and society, and the way that their decisions will impact others. I think those are some of my being conscious of how your decisions impact others. Have been some of the things that I think have helped me and hopefully my students as well.
I think the challenge in many universities, and I don't say we're lucky to be at Villanova where we have a very supportive environment, although there can be way more resources addressing this problem. But if you look at junior faculty members, right, what's their day-to-day? Their day-to-day is, I got to learn how to teach a core class. I got to get a certain amount of research dollars. I got to get a certain amount of publications. So I think for college administrators, let's weave this into rank and tenure guidelines. If you want to move the needle, if you're teaching, how do you incorporate it into a course? Can you offer somebody a summer salary to maybe tweak a core course to include this in a problem set? I think to the future, the springs of hope, as Tony said earlier, I see bridging the gap to, if you look at the panel of us and how different maybe our paths were, we're in that same space. So can we have the engineer and the mental health professional and the business professor and the nurse, the political and the social scientist all on the same team, right? My course, Engineering in a Humanistic Context, is taught to, it's a required course for honors engineers, which is a very small piece of Villanova's population, right? So how can we permeate that through all of engineering? How can we permeate it through the whole university, right? And that's the challenge for all of us, but we can do it. We can do it.
Yay, I love that. We can do it. So we're going to continue this conversation over at our reception, which is in the bar. Now, the tricky thing is that the lights on the path between here and the bar toward the left have gone out. So you want to be very careful walking to the bar. And what you want to do is when you go up the stairs, go to the right, and there's a stairwell that goes down to the main street, and then make a left and walk up, and the bar will be on your right. Again, you're going to go up the stairs, make a right, go downstairs, make a left, and then a right, and you'll see the bar. We're all walking in the same direction, so we should be fine. The other thing is you need to take everything from the room now because they're going to close the room and we can't get back in. So please pack up, and tomorrow there'll be students here, so you don't want to leave anything. Thank you, everyone. This was great.
Also, one other announcement, please. We are planning to start at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning with Cardinal Cherney. So please be here before 9. Thank you.